Yep. Hello there, everyone. Welcome to another attempt at a podcast. But hey, we'll find a formula that works. This time, we've got a good format for y'all. So, we are going to just discuss a topic today being is game storytelling good? And leave it up to our little AI friend, Senior Chicken, to determine, based on our argument, is it good or is it not? I am joined today with the likes of Sandwich Man and Anna. All right. But before we do get into that, I do want to crack into the it's not even a controversy, just the whole TikTok shemangle. Oh yeah, on Water's Wet. So the other channel, Palu and Sora, went viral on TikTok. Not by the channel, unfortunately, but we got a whole bunch of reactions, and I would just love to deep dive into those. So first, let me flip y'all into the right screen. You can only hear me, eh? No? You should be... You can't hear Anna or Sandwich Man. Oh, dang. Ha! 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 No, that's okay. I know what to fix. How about now? Say
How
things.
about now?
Hello.
How about now? How about now?
It's okay,
How about
it's
now?
only been 20-something seasons. Like, we obviously can't figure this out, right?
This is
Jesus
a new
Christ.
format.
It
No more
had
mistakes.
Yep, no more
technical
mistakes.
difficulty.
No more nothing except for when we do. It's fun.
It has to. Look, it wouldn't be your channel if there were
Yep. You got to start
technical
off with an
difficulties.
error. You lead off with an error.
You'll get it out of the way, and then the rest of it will be smooth sailing.
The rest will follow. Yeah, exactly.
All right, going in order. Let's see what this guy did.
When you touch this water, you don't get
Is
wet.
water.
Oh my god.
What do you
All he
mean?
did was put the words over it.
I don't think that's automatic by
Don't
TikTok,
get
isn't
wet.
it?
It's
No,
not
Is it
like
TikTok
that's like an
automatic?
AI program. That's the one I used to make Anna's little thing.
Oh,
Like
I
Anna's
thought
cut.
I thought TikTok had like a built. I assumed it had a built-in like transcription feature
It probably.
because
I
see
don't
that a
use
lot.
TikTok. I
They
don't.
they
The
have.
thing is, because when you're scrolling, sometimes you don't want the sound on because you're maybe at work or you're in a public place, and so a lot of it will have the captions
The
automatically there.
captions. Yeah, they have a special thing like you can add captions, and that it was just it's just a transcript of
Mm.
the thing.
Because
So
they do that on
Yeah,
LinkedIn
that's
and
boring.
I think YouTube Shorts as well, probably.
All right, my
Hi,
man.
Canary.
What do
When
you got?
touch this water, you don't get wet.
Wait, hold
Say
on. What do
anything.
you
Oh,
mean? Don't
happy
get wet?
birthday.
It's not
Happy
water.
from
birthday as
yesterday.
well, indeed.
Not necessarily. Water isn't wet.
Fuck
Hope
you
it was
mean
good
water
sushi.
isn't wet? It's water.
Wait, so
Yeah, but
he's not
Water
reacting.
isn't
Just
wet.
How you gonna stand there and actually say some nonsense?
This
he's
man
sort
is
of-
faded as a mug right now. He's just
Oh
like.
my God.
The property itself
He's
can't
reacting
give
with his
itself its
face.
own property.
He's right,
You know,
Naruto.
this
Taking
guy
a
in his
sip of
car-
his fucking 7-Eleven
I'm gonna side
Slurpee.
with logic.
Bro, bro
It
is
is
not
red
even.
card.
His face
He's
is
not
not
even
even on
doing
the screen.
anything.
It's just
Like,
like.
Jesus.
Say some ignorant ass shit. Like
Oh.
water isn't wet.
It's not wet.
You fuck.
You know,
Oh,
the
my
economy's
man.
in the
Listen to her,
gutter.
man.
People
Water
just gotta
is
try and
touching
scrape
itself
by
all the
by,
damn time.
filming
There
themselves in
Yeah.
their
This
cars.
man.
is wet.
Water is not wet. It makes other things wet.
That is amazing. Yep, this man has no idea.
No,
All right,
yeah,
come
he's
on.
just like
When you
lost
touch
for
this
words.
water,
Give me
you
something.
don't get wet.
Anything.
Wait, hold up.
Oh, look, he
What
took
do
his
you
glasses
mean,
off. He's
don't
like,
get wet?
really
Mm.
It's not water if it's not wet.
getting serious.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Water
Come
isn't
on.
wet.
Fuck you mean water isn't wet?
The
It's
input.
water.
Yeah, but
I mean,
water isn't wet.
How
at
you
least
stand there and actually say
I'm
some
just happy to
nonsense
know
like water
people
ain't
enjoy
wet?
it.
Water
People
is the
are
thing that makes
reacting. Yeah,
other
Yeah.
things wet.
exactly.
The property itself
You know
can't
it's good
give
if
itself its
if it
own
provokes a
property.
reaction
Right,
like
Naruto.
viral response, then
It's
it
viral.
good
It went
content.
viral.
Logic.
Fuck you mean logic? You're the dumb motherfuckers that sit there and say some ignorant ass shit. Like water
All right,
isn't
man.
wet.
It's not wet.
He's just.
Fucking heathen.
Listen to her, man.
Losing
Water
his
is
mind.
touching itself all the
I don't
damn
know.
time.
Like, there's a. Because, you know, like, there's like a performative aspect. Are you just pretending to laugh?
Yeah.
Are you actually? I really don't know. Does anybody. Okay, no. Okay, so this
Water
dude's
isn't
doing
wet.
it. Come on,
How you
man.
gonna
Say
stand
something.
there and actually say
Say
some
anything.
Nonsense like water ain't wet.
See, I've always hated the argument that water is
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. We got
please.
something. Okay, let's go.
because that's like saying fire isn't hot. If fire wasn't hot, it wouldn't be able to transfer
like an
heat
ear.
to other objects.
Okay.
Something needs a property in order to transfer that property from itself to another thing. So if water can transfer wetness from itself to other
So I think you're saying that because the property can transfer itself, then it is that property, versus the other side of the argument would say, like, the property can't be
Okay.
itself. Like, fire
But
can't make itself hot. It is the hot. Like, water can't make itself wet. It is the wet.
It is the wet. Yeah.
Yeah, like
yeah,
this
I
dude
got
right
it.
here gets it. Yeah, water isn't wet. It is the wet. Like, yeah,
It is
exactly.
the wet. Yeah. I got it. Yeah.
He gets it. I take no firm stance on this. I just love the argument. And I love the fact that I
Exactly.
just made how many total are fighting in the comments about this currently?
Oh my!
Well-
I read it was like 3.
13,600 people are fighting
And
about
how
this
many
on
comments?
TikTok. And then like 300 or so on like my
Yeah,
YouTube
on
side.
YouTube, exactly. Like
It's one of those questions where the answer doesn't matter. It's just people like to argue about it because
exactly.
it's funny.
Like the
So many-
discussion, you like you took TikTok by storm and you didn't even mean to.
There's just so many people asking, is water? Yeah, like the first time Naruto is smart, and the next response is going to be like, no, nuh-uh. Naruto is the one saying water is wet. If so, he's right. Show me dry water then. Water can't be wet. Somebody all need to. It's just perfect.
Well, dry water.
Well,
you can
you
have dry ice.
ice.
Yeah. You can totally have dry water.
You have dry ice. Ice is water, but in a solid state.
Let's hear the rest of it.
So
people and things, then water would also need to be wet. Just like fire couldn't transfer heat if it wasn't
You're so certain about it too. You're so like, I got this all figured out.
Yes.
Let me tell you, fellers.
hot. So Water's
This guy
wet.
looks like
So he's just.
he's not even come out of college.
Oh man.
He knows everything.
But yeah, at least he had something to say. Like respect.
Yeah,
Exactly.
at least he did actually add something to it
You-
rather than just make a face.
Yeah. All right.
When you touch
Let's see
this
about
water,
you.
you don't get wet.
So you took it.
Hold up.
You
What
put
do
a
you
convo
mean,
under
don't
it.
Get wet? It's not water if it's not wet.
That's
Well,
it.
he
Huh?
Yeah,
could've
it's
stolen
just,
stolen that
But-
from someone else had done it already.
But the video from this point, let's see if there's anything at the end.
Predicated on the fact that this
Isn't has to be.
yes can misread
Nope.
that
It's probably it's just it's a re-upload. They just do that.
Straight
But
up
I like
take it.
I like that girl who just was just like
Oh my god, the girl is just like having a
Yeah,
fucking
lying
stroke
on
in the
the
middle of
sofa.
it.
completely the point of view.
Oh my god. Okay, let's see.
When you touch this water, you don't get wet.
I don't get this too. It's just like 3 arms, a flag, and a king. What is happening? Like I just don't.
I
What
don't
do you
I don't
mean,
know.
Don't get wet. It's not water if it's not wet.
My man, what is happening? Yeah,
Water.
1 minute 40. He didn't change a
See,
thing.
This is why productivity is so low these days. Because people are
When
just
you
doing
touch this
this all
water,
day.
Water
Exactly.
is wet.
They just repost and
touch this
repost and
water, you
repost and
don't get-
repost.
Don't mind me. Let's see if you did.
When you touch this water,
Nope. Literally same thing. This man, and then this guy just says water is.
It's not water if it's not
Hold up.
wet.
Is not wet.
Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Legally
Okay, we got
Okay.
it.
speaking, Shikamaru is
All right, tell me, man. Tell me, my brother. What we got?
Tell me.
Preach it. Preach the gospel.
Not necessarily. Water
Praise
isn't
the
wet.
Lord.
legally speaking, Shikamaru is in fact correct. As water, the singular molecule that is H2O individually is
Nice
not wet.
beard.
Like a single H2O molecule is not wet in of itself. However, an H2O molecule surrounded by other H2O molecules, such as like the middle of a pool, would legally speaking be wet since it is also in contact with other water molecules. But individually, it is not
What?
wet. Water, H2O itself
What?
is not wet. You cannot, because wet is when something is in contact with water. And sure, you can do.
I want to know who he is. Like, are you a Harvard professor? Are you the man? Just like,
Wait,
Nah, he's reading Wikipedia right now.
is he?
but
Is
one
that what it is?
molecule of H2O wouldn't it be like a drop of water? I don't know. H2O is like even a molecule. I'm confused.
I need to do like
I
a
don't-
Palu reacts to these reactions. Honestly, is probably what's gonna happen.
This is.
Yep. We'll see.
God.
But finish it up. Finish it up.
water on water contact, just like you can do, I guess, like fire on fire contact to make two things hotter than the other, I guess, kind of, sort of. But innately, water does not contain the property of wetness. It gets transferred to other things when water comes in contact with other things, including water. Though you could argue not even that's the case.
And then it just go. I mean, okay. Okay, so he's on the
Okay.
little digging it.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, you know. All right. Let's see.
When you touch
on.
this water, you
What
don't
are you gonna
get
do?
wet.
Wait, hold up. What do you mean, don't get wet?
It's just a video, isn't it? Yep.
mm-hmm.
Super seniors finding what is happening. Oh my god, I'm just sorry.
When
I don't know
touch
who you
this
are.
water, you don't get wet.
Wait,
When
hold up.
listening to
It's like you
friends
just-
argue about something.
Like, do you not have like a final to take? Something?
Don't get wet. It's
And
not
that's
water
it.
if it's not wet.
Not necessarily. Water
Why?
isn't wet.
Just
What do you mean water isn't wet? It's water.
Yeah, but water
is she
isn't
gonna
wet.
blink?
How are you gonna stand there and actually say some nonsense?
Did
like
you
water
stare the
ain't
whole
wet?
time?
Water is the thing that makes
Maybe.
other things wet. The property itself can't give itself
Blink.
its
Blink
own
for me
property.
once.
He's right, Naruto.
Just
Bitch,
once.
you gonna side with him?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna side with
Okay, there we go. There we go.
logic.
Fuck you mean logic. You're the
That's it. It's just I'm going to take this. I'm gonna lie in my bed, make a face, hit record.
See,
Beautiful.
this is the Generation Z right here. This is what they do. They don't
Yeah,
do any work.
exactly.
They just lay in their bed and make TikToks.
If
Look, I
this
can't
is referencing
Is
hold
water
on.
wet? Yeah, water's wet. So if I'm in water, I'm wet?
Okay, he just did like a street interview. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but I can understand her point. What she's doing? It's like oh god,
Really?
When you have two friends that are super high and they start discussing like a subject that goes beyond like your comprehension, and you're just standing there looking at them like, what the fuck are they talking about?
I don't know, man.
These guys are
What can you
high
see
as
at the bottom
fuck.
of the
Like,
spring?
My vision's distorted.
Something's
Okay, so this guy actually did the full video. He didn't chop out the first bit, but a little bit late there.
When you touch this water, you don't get wet.
Wait, hold up.
And it just says, water is not wet. This man is hiding in the dark. Can't see nothing about him.
itself can't give itself its own proper.
Beautiful. Does this work? Does this actually translate to? I don't know. Let's see.
I don't
Shut up,
know.
it is
TikTok is
You doing some? This is why I don't use TikTok. This is literally like
yeah, exactly.
brain
I don't have
rot.
TikTok, so it's too much for me.
Get wet.
Wait, hold up.
He just
What do you
put
mean,
some
don't get
shit over it. Okay.
It's just bad. It's really bad for you though, because it's like destroys your attention span. 'cause
Oh,
you only,
yeah,
Alright.
your attention span becomes like
I think
Like,
we've hit the
even-
end. Thank God.
even now, I feel like I'm losing brain
Yeah.
cells just watching these things.
Good Lord. Okay. Let's get the good
Oh,
shit in
God.
the background. Okay. Well, that was something. All right.
you
Huh.
went viral on TikTok, and you
Yep.
hate TikTok.
What a day.
That's
Fuck TikTok.
the irony.
Okay, so what are we doing? Yep. Let me preface old senior chicken over here.
Senor Chicken.
On we're going to talk about the next subject is game storytelling and if it is good.
Or
Acknowledge we're discussing game storytelling. Cool. So now it's just waiting for input. So Anna, you got like the 9-part dissertation on this.
no, I
So-
just like I just studied, like, because I studied this in my university. I have. How can I put it? Storytelling is something that I like. I've always liked, and we can determine, and we can actually say that storytelling it's something that's been a part of humankind since the dawn of days. And we can see by books like the Iliad or the Odyssey and the Bible. Even the Bible is like a compendium of stories of something, some events that happen. Of course, they tend to be embellished in some way, but storytelling is basically like telling the story of the hero. And what is the hero to mankind? The hero is the one that can surpass, that can overcome an obstacle, that can overcome the difficulties in life, that the path of the hero,
Where are we
But-
going off into like
yeah.
how are we tying this back to games though? Like what is
the character, the main character, because isn't that the excuse nowadays with AAA games, like that you have to identify with a character and their battles, their internal struggles, or their story, even their arc. That's my whole point, and is I'm focusing on today's games in comparison to games in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah, 'cause I think older games, it was more of the fantasy element, because it's like the whole point was you could be someone that you're not. You could be someone who's big and tough, and now they're trying to almost make them more, I don't know, like regular people.
Normal?
That, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, what is normal? But they want to make them more normal so that, like you say, they can connect with the character. But we didn't really care about that. We were just like, hey, this character's cool. I want to be that character and play as that character because they're cooler than I am.
so are you trying to like
Yeah.
focus on like I guess just the characters in general and not like the overall product in a sense?
But the product is built around the character, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, you could have the story
Oh,
without like a focus on characters. You could just have like, I don't know, the story is just you the climate of South Carolina or some shit. And
like,
then just I don't know.
but look, even in the earlier games, like I'm thinking of Mario, Sonic, I'm thinking of Metroid. Even though there was not a specific, like a hyper focus on the narrative or the construction of the character, there was a narrative and there was a character build, but we did not care because the games were cool to play, the games were fun, you know. We got interested in the story of the character because we liked the games. What I'm trying to say is, um
Oh damn,
I think
it's fucking up
games
on my door here.
nowadays I think games nowadays have things all completely flipped. They flipped upside down. So um the first games like we had, like they were fun, and because they were fun they made us become interested in the story. Now they want us to become interested in the story to like the game, and I don't think that that serves the game.
So we're
Because,
doing it in
well,
reverse, basically, which I agree with. Is like the
yeah,
focus is
because
the story versus like we need to make the game good and not like go the story driven route because then you're just
it,
Mm.
misappropriating your priorities in that
Mm.
sense.
Because now
yeah,
they
exactly.
just copy and paste the game from the previous one and change the story to try and so that's why they have to hook people in the story because the game's gonna be the same old shit that they did last week.
So I guess we
Same
Yeah,
could
I
copy and
agree with
paste.
that.
let me get
I,
this
I
on
kind
like
of I kind of
our
agree.
god damn it. Listen,
Sorry.
technical difficulty. No, don't you worry about it. You keep going. I'm just trying to change tabs. All right.
Yeah.
So we
That
got
that
potential for wouldn't that really only apply to newer games though? Is like when it goes wrong, the I guess the story will be the driving force for the game, and as a consequence, the game will suffer.
I mean, I think that the most egregious example we can give is the one that brought many of us to your Discord, which is Shadow, Shadow
You mean
of the Tomb Raider.
2013?
Like because um they tried to make Lara so
We're gonna
so
keep fighting
regular,
about this, aren't we?
so
All right.
normal,
Weak.
so because, oh, we have to make her relatable, everyone has to be able to relate to her. Why? I think that for example, comparing the newer Lara, because and we're talking about the new games. What new games? The Shadow of the, like Lara Croft, the first the new this new iteration of Lara Croft was born in 2013, like 11 years ago. So games
God damn,
have,
that wild.
yeah, so games have this problem, or have been having this problem for
I would say
more
since
than a decade
Gen
now.
7 is when it really started to creep in because like that's when the budgets just started the budgets just started kind of getting out there. But like the graphical quality is getting better. We were hiring more talent. It was being taken more seriously and like as anything you inject a lot of funds into, like yeah, we're gonna try to quality control it in a way. That's when a
Yeah.
lot of games just stopped getting experimental. Or like
Too many
I would say
cooks.
like that was like the really last experimental generation of games was like Gen 7. And then like can you name any non indie games off of Steam that were like just this kind of weird idea that came out on like the freaking PS4 or like the Xbox One or anything like that?
Hmm.
Not recently.
Yeah, I mean, Elden Ring, for example.
Mm.
But
No,
Elden Ring is
that's a proven thing. That's a FromSoft game.
Maybe like
yeah,
No Man's Sky.
exactly. Like it's because, and it has a way to uh provide narrative that is not that is not an explanation. It's not narrated to you. It's not, here, you do this, now you go do this. Oh, and by the way, the story is this. No, it has so many gaps. The lore is huge, and I've played like almost 200 hours of that game, and I still don't understand like
I
many
mean, that's
things.
just a Souls
But
game, though. We don't really understand
but
them.
that's
We just sort of play
but
them.
that's the beauty of it. Like that, and that's the reference I was making. I was going to make to the first Tomb Raider games. Like the only thing we knew about Lara, which was that she was like an aristocrat. She used to do gymnastics. She was rich as fuck. Her parents died, and she decided to explore the world because that's what makes her jingles jingle. I don't know. That's what makes her feel alive, maybe. Or and I would identify with her, even though I have nothing like, you know what I mean. She's not. I can't compare myself to her because she's a super
It's super what?
uh uh she's not uh, realistic. Let's just say that, like, realistic in the sense like she's not like the new Lara, like, oh my god, no, she had to doesn't have flaws. I don't care. We would just play the game, and oh, she's cool. Oh, this is her biography. Okay, cool, but we didn't care because the games were fun. The games were, and even the narrative of the games were being told by little bits of information, like when she invaded, like when she oh god, got into god, what the fuck is her name, uh the office of the woman, oh god, oh my god,
What?
I'm
Where
the
are we
first
going
game.
with this? What is happening? Like, what?
Sorry, I'm just trying to say that narrative in the first game was given to us not by explanation, but by little bits of
Are you talking about Tomb Raider
things that,
1?
yes,
Like the
that by things
original
that
Tomb Raider 1?
yeah,
The narrative was
exactly, the
given to you by
original.
cutscenes.
Yeah, but small cutscenes.
You could
We
just
didn't
skip
need
them,
like
though. Yeah, like before and after. Like,
exactly.
something happens, you play the game, something happens after. I would say that's just like the standard format, which I
But
think has been improved upon and done worse. Like, I would
yeah,
say
but
this
even
has
if
been
you
done worse, and then other games have definitely done that better of like intertwining. Like, we want the story to happen as you're playing.
oh, for sure, for sure. I'm just comparing the first Tomb Raider to the later iterations. Like the thing is, even if you skipped a cutscene, that would not influence the way you play the game. Like the game would still be like complete. Like you know what I mean. You wouldn't miss. You
Yeah,
wouldn't
you can
miss.
essentially remove them. And it's the
Yeah,
game is just the game, and the story is really just there to like have it just has the context, lets you know like why she's there and like what is happening. And if you want to pay attention, cool. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
exactly. But now I feel like games make you like have to sit there and, oh, and now let's watch a character die, or their son get kidnapped, and we should feel sad because I mean, it's just like, I feel that like there are other mediums that are able to tell a story and a narrative in much better ways than a game. A game is
I would say the game
it's
should
complex.
probably be like one of the best narratives. I just really don't think a lot of people have cracked into it properly. And then Shippo is saying the thing about the Souls games is that the story is good because it requires the player to engage with the world. I would say that the stories of the Soul game isn't the way the narrative conveyed isn't really good. It's just people like the lore in the sense that you
Mm.
could almost run through the whole game and not have like you get like the beginning cutscene, like, which is the same. You get like the in-game NPCs, the item descriptions. I like the way that the story, like the lore, is conveyed. But then in terms of
Through
like what is actually happening, I mean,
I think Resident Evil is the same on that level, isn't it? because it's like people like the lore of the characters, but the story isn't really told very well in the game itself. You have to read the files. You have to, you know,
No, I like that
really.
aspect
Yeah.
about that. Like, the files and stuff should be like adding on more content, but you should still have like a general picture of what's happened. Like, if you ran through, like, I guess Anna, if you ran through Elden Ring and you didn't read anything, could you tell me what the story was about? Like, what was the plot? What's the plot to Elden Ring?
I mean, the plot to Elden Ring is
Like,
because
with only the yeah, like if you just like
without
ran through it.
reading anything.
Yeah, without reading
Oh
anything.
no, I mean, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You just know. Oh, there's a ring. I want to be lord. I want to be king. So I'm going to kill all these gods, and then I'll be lord. But there's so much more to that, and
Yeah, you get the
why the
setup.
ring.
Like the game will you get the setup cutscene, but then the only
Yeah.
really times that you're stopped is like when you encounter a boss. Those are like really the only
Yes.
other cutscenes that'll happen. But besides that,
Oh, but
you can
there are.
essentially just like hit go and just sort of play the whole thing.
Yeah,
The
without even
bosses might even
caring
like
about the story.
monologue, but being real with you, I had no idea what these guys were talking about. Like any of the boss monologues, it was just like, what the fuck are you even on about?
Well, I kind of like went looking because I found the lore interesting, and then I started uh reading some things, and there are NPCs that tell you some glimpses of the story, like Melina tells you about um how um Queen America shattered the ring, and then you have Ishi, you have Blade, you have so many NPCs. Even the first merchant, Kare, you find tells you a little bit of things, and then the Church
Yeah,
of
I like
Owls. You
that.
have the Pope.
Uh,
You have the Pope. Yeah, that tells you a little bit about Radagon and America, and them being both. And the statue, the little statue in Lindell, that you can, with the law of regression, you can turn the statue of Merrick of Radagon into the statue of America, meaning they were the same and one person. So it's super complicated, but yeah, without reading, without having like taking the time to read and listen and search for those little bits of things, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. But
Which I would argue, like, I mean, that's a strength. Like, I do like that the game is using its in-game assets. Like, I don't take that away from it. But like when I'm talking about like the story itself and how it's told and constructed, I'm like trying to isolate like the story
mm,
itself, like what is happening, like currently, if that makes sense.
currently, yeah. But the ring is shattered, and there is chaos, and the Earth Tree is dying, and Michaela tried to create another tree, but it failed. And Mikola, I'm sorry, Michaela, Mikola. And so Mark kidnapped Mikola because he wanted to be his consort. That was weird. Uh, there's so many things happening in Elden Ring, and basically, Queen America just wanted uh order to like to break the to break the order, bring chaos. She was against like the two fingers, and like it's super
I
complex,
think we're
but
tangenting again. No, how about this? Like each of you give
mm,
me like an example of a game of like a good game story and why you think it is good, and then a bad one and why you think it is bad.
I
okay.
think
Whoever
I
wants
would
to
say
start.
I would go. The one I always think of is Ocarina of Time, because that
As a
is
good or a bad?
good. It's good because it has the cutscenes that explain the main story, and you have the every time you do something, the NPCs give you a little bit more information, and it's just it leaves you wanting more. So you want to keep playing and to keep finding out what happens and how it unfolds. So I'd say that to me that's a good example of how to do tell the story in a game.
So like I guess shorten. Let me see if I can repeat that back. So you just like that it's structured in that way, like it's
Yeah, it's well paced. It's paced so you can. It gives you enough information so you understand it. It's paces it well so you want to keep learning more. You want to you want to keep playing so you can find out more of what's happening and the overall story and what happens to Hyrule, everything like that. And I think it's just really well done because you just want to keep playing to find out what happens in the end.
But couldn't you say like that's like a little bit subjective on that fact, or on that fact, where it's like, well, if I wasn't enjoying the story, then I
But the
guess we could.
game
I
is
guess we
still
could say that
fun.
about like any story,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah,
the
hopefully like
game
the
is still
gameplay would
enjoyable.
pull you in.
But the gameplay is still enjoyable. But
Exactly.
it's just the story. But the story is also engaging, so you wanna. It gives you that encouragement to keep playing, so you can unlock more of the story. Because the more dungeons you complete, the more the story unfolds. Because like the boss, the like the sages and things like that, they tell you more about what's happened to this and what happened to that, and the more you get rewarded for doing stuff, you get because you get to to hear more of the story.
Because to push back on that, I guess I would argue that that's probably what newer game developers think they are doing. Like they really do think that the story is the driving force. Like if you just play this little bit, you'll get story, and if you do this
But
little
that,
bit, you'll get more story.
yeah. But it's a balancing act because you want the story you want the gameplay to be fun as well, so that you wanna play regardless.
So like,
But
what's the
also,
ratio? Are you
but
if you could?
you want to have it. You want to just have it. I don't know. You just want to have it enough that people are still interested, but they're also having fun. So you just want to keep going.
Yeah, but
You,
here's the thing. You can have a game with an excellent gameplay that's fun and you want to play and the story is meh
80.
or
I have
even
no idea
terrible.
what the story
But
was.
yeah, but the gameplay is awesome and you just want to play it.
Yep.
And you don't care about the story. Like I was thinking about, like, for example, in my days, because I'm old, Crash Bandicoot.
Mm,
I have no idea. I have no idea what the hell, like what the story is, who he's trying to beat, but the game is fun. I don't care about the narrative. I don't care about the story. That is better than having a game with an amazing narrative, an amazing storytelling structure, but the gameplay is sucks. And like every 5 minutes you get a cutscene, and every like five seconds you get it like a you know what I mean? Like
so definitely,
I
hold
would,
on. I'm gonna start jotting some of this down. So
yeah, I'd very much prefer a game with a terrible
so it's gonna be.
narrative
We're gonna throw in
than a,
pacing, narrative quality.
yeah, exactly. Then a game with an amazing narrative, but the gameplay sucks. Like why? So why? If I were to buy a game for the narrative itself, like that doesn't make sense. That
Okay,
doesn't make any sense. But that
wait, we'll watch the
it's just
film.
a film. You know what I mean? There are other mediums in which you can tell a story uh just for story for just for the sake of storytelling. You know what I mean? Not video games. Video games have to take into account the player, so the other side, you know. Uh yeah, that's
Mm,
my two
I
cents about.
I feel like the reason for that is because all games now are just the same thing that's been done before. So they're prioritizing the characters and the story because they're like, well, we need something that's going to keep people invested in it and just go, oh, it's this this character I really like, so and I want to find out what happens. because the gameplay isn't enticing enough to stand up on its own.
What's the
But
last
I
AAA
mean,
game you played?
Sorry,
What's the last AAA game you played?
Elden Ring.
Do you?
Yeah, Elden Ring for me too. Like, yeah, but that
Oh,
was a good game.
the Last
Like,
of Us.
Oh,
oh
ew.
Jesus
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and the Last of Us, I don't even think the story was that good. It's just it's competent, but it's not like it's not amazing. So there's not really that much to redeem about it.
You're
It's just
sort of
people like
preaching
the
to the choir on
characters.
that one. Yeah, I really just think people like Joel and Ellie, and they just like well-written characters, or fun, or not even fun characters, just like characters that play off each other well.
Yep, and then they ruined it because they killed the character that people liked, and then brought in a bunch of other characters that no one cared about. So they just spectacularly screwed it up.
So you're saying OOT is your example? Like, is this, would you say, like the best one, like in your book?
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't think of any other game that is so memorable for me, where it's like it it's fun,
Keep
but
breaking it
you
down.
also
Like what's everything that's happening here?
it's an adventure, isn't it? Like you have this entire world that you get to explore. You have all these different characters, these races, the Gerudo, the Zoras. You got all these like mythical things. It's just like
You mean
I don't
like a
know.
lot of
It's just
fantasy games have that?
yeah, but I don't know what it is. They just it doesn't overdo it. It's
What do you mean
everything is
by
like
overdo it?
everything's just perfectly balanced. The story, the gameplay, the dungeons are interesting. The puzzles are good, but they're not too difficult. They're not too long, so you don't get bored. There's just everything's just really well balanced. So it's just a perfect game almost. It's fun. And it doesn't
well,
But is it
overdo it,
more like, are
and it
you
doesn't
like,
underdo it.
are you associating like the positive to like the story part of it because the game is fun?
No, because the story's good as well.
I think
Because
one thing complements the other, right?
yeah, exactly.
So
They
there's a good
complement each
balance
other.
between, yeah, there's a good balance between gameplay and narrative, and that's what
Hmm.
makes a good game. For example, my first Zelda game ever was Breath of the Wild, and I didn't know much about the story, but it was
Eh,
it was a really good game in telling me what I needed to know through cutscenes, and telling me what I needed to know through gameplay, and through like little hints and NPCs and the world building, Um, so yeah, I think that there has to be a balance, because you can definitely make a good game and have a good narrative and have good characters, but what's the more important thing here? It's the more important thing here is make the game fun, because otherwise it will just be like a film with
yeah, we
some
got that
bits
part, but
where
we're more or less trying to get to the
yeah,
bottom of like what are the good examples right now, or like how do you commingle these two things in like in a way that doesn't harm one or the other.
I mean, that's the real question, right? And that's why games right now are struggling a little bit, because they are trying to become something they're not, I think. And that's and we go back to the thing that you said at the beginning, when companies invest like millions of dollars into one game, they want to like yeah, invest in talent and voice actors and so to attract more buyers, but in the end they end up sacrificing gameplay for the narrative, I think. And I don't know, good examples, maybe I can't tell you. Besides Breath of the Wild, maybe by Nintendo, it's not an indie.
I want to. I want to. Can I throw in Doki Doki Literature Club?
That would be one of mine too, but I'll go into that if I get around to like this tier list ever. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to really like think about like what actually happens in Ocarina of Time and everything, because
So
I would probably just say it's more on the average side. There's some things
I,
in the gameplay that does fight against the story if I do
I
like actually think about it.
yeah. I think what did it for me was the time travel aspect, because when you
That's what
go
broke
forward
it.
in time, but no, because when you go forward in time, it's like Hyrule's gone to shit, and you're just like, oh my god, what's happened, and how do we fix it? And then you're like you're talking to all the people in the towns, finding out what happened, why is Hyrule Castle a wreck, and why is everyone in Kakariko Village? That it's it. I thought that was interesting because it raised the stakes.
Or hold on a second.
So, Shippo is saying, good game, great storytelling for him. Final Fantasy
Fantasy Tactics.
Tactics. And good game, bad storytelling.
Borderlands.
Borderlands.
There's so many examples of that.
Does Borderlands have a story?
Yeah, does it have a story?
So like if you had to like tell me like what happens in Ocarina of Time, like from the get-go. What's the story?
Okay. So Link wakes up in his house. He's just turned like, I don't know, 10 or something, and he's like he's supposed to have a fairy, because everyone else does and he doesn't have one. So he gets a fairy, and then the Deku Tree asks him to come along and say, "Hey man, I'm dying, but you can save Hyrule. There's these three goddesses that made the whole world and put all of their power into these little triangles. So you, this prick is going to steal those triangles. So you need to go and do something about it." So you go in the Deku Tree, you kill the big spider inside, and he's like, "Thanks, mate, but I'm dying anyway. But thanks for the effort. At least you tried." But it was a lost cause. But you can still save Hyrule. So go and find Princess Zelda, and she'll tell you what to do. So he goes and finds Zelda in the castle, and then she tells him, it's Ganondorf. He's this bad guy. Look at him over there. Just look at his eyes. He looks really evil, and he swears he's like friends with the king, but I know he's gonna screw him over. So our plan is to stop him. Yeah. So she's like, you're now on a quest to stop Ganondorf and save Hyrule from getting taken over, and you have to go to Death Mountain and get the spirit. No, you have to get the spiritual stones so that you can you can stop him getting the Triforce somehow. I can't remember. But that's basically it. You go and get the spiritual stones, come back, but you were too late because he's already stolen. He's already killed the king or whatever and
Jesus
rode
Christ,
out
we're
on his
skipping.
horse. And then you get the Master Sword because you think, oh well, if I get the Master Sword, then Ganondorf can't get it, and then everything will be fine. But then he opens the door to the Sacred Realm, and Ganondorf goes through that. Once the realm's open, Ganondorf goes through, and takes the Triforce of Power for himself. He tries to take the whole Triforce, but it splits into three: power, courage, and wisdom, because you're not allowed to have all three because that would just be stupid. So he gets the Triforce of Power because
That
he
would
likes
just
power.
be stupid.
That would just be greedy.
That would just be greedy.
Or overpowering a character. I mean, I know what I mean. What it means. Like you have to have some.
No, but
Could
yeah,
be
there needs to
limited.
be a narrative reason for it. You can't just
Yeah.
have it happen.
he wants to rule Hyrule, so he tries to steal the Triforce because that'll give him the ultimate power. But he gets power, but not enough. He wants the other two pieces. But Link and Zelda have the other two pieces because they're like destined to be the the um protagonists, you know. So they have to stop him and seal him up
Uh,
in the sacred realm and just say, "See you later, bro."
See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
okay, I guess we just okay, yeah, okay, we sure.
Well, there was some other stuff like he married that Zora chick.
No, he didn't.
Because yes, he did. Well,
No,
he
he didn't.
promised to. He didn't. Okay, he said he would.
No, he
He,
didn't. He didn't say anything. He hasn't said a word.
No, she
it
she
was
wanted,
implied.
but
It was
she
implied.
no, she had a crush on him, but
She said you could have the spiritual stone of water if you marry me, and he took the stone, so he accepted those terms.
Not
I mean,
necessarily.
In Breath of the Wild, he does get a special armor that apparently was made for the consort or mate of uh Sora. So yeah, but that is in Breath of the Wild, so it's not an Ocarina of Time.
Hmm.
But it has the same premise. Like Link wakes up like 500 or 1,000 years after the height of Hyrule, and everything's gone to shambles.
I don't know, like 100 years.
And yeah, and Ganondorf has taken over the castle in Hyrule, and he has to basically go around, uh, like trying to gain oh god not adversaries, like
What? What is happening? Like, what is this tangent on?
no, I'm just trying to tell the story, but yeah, but basically he has to like destroy, not destroy, but repair the four beasts and destroy. But the story is the same. Like what I'm trying to say is, with every story in every game, you have the story, like
Same
the
premise.
structure is the same.
Mm.
Like you have the hero, and the hero has to overcome certain difficulties to get to the goal, to get to the objective, you know. And it doesn't have to be a super complicated story. That's what I mean, to be a good game. It just has to be well told, or well structured, and the gameplay has to be good. That's what I was trying to say.
I liked Breath of the Wild's the system of he's lost his memory and he has to like go and find like certain places where he can trigger.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
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 I did like
yeah.
that too.
yeah, slowly get his memory back. I thought that was pretty good.
That was cool. Yeah, yeah. So those were little, like I said, little crumbles, little things that will give you um more of the narrative without having long cutscenes and all of that, and all the voice act. Like
Mm.
the Link doesn't even speak a word. He doesn't say a word like throughout the whole games. Has he ever spoken? But
Yes, he has. In the
okay.
1980s, it was fantastic. Man had a lot to
Goddamn.
say. It was
But
beautiful.
but yeah, like those little things, that's the way how you build a narrative, and you include the player in it, because you yourself have to take Link to those places for him to remember. Otherwise, but you can play the game without ever going to those places, so that's good narrative, that's good storytelling
So is
through
Breath of the Wild your
gameplay.
favorite, like, game narrative?
uh Probably that and Elden Ring in the recent years. I mean, yeah, most certainly those two. Um, and I don't think that I've ever played uh, like I said, but most of the games I played in the '90s and early 2000s, like I played because they were fun. I was not interested in the
Yes, you
story
were.
or the lore,
Yes, you
uh,
were.
except for Tomb Raider. But Eh. Um, but yeah, like I said, I played Crash Bandicoot. I played it because it was fun. I didn't care about like who he was fighting. I don't know. Like, yeah,
I thought that the story in Tomb Raider 1 was pretty interesting though.
yeah.
Like the gods of Atlantis have like all this hidden all this shit and you have to find it all. It's like that's pretty cool.
And then you fight a giant potato at the end.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like who saw that coming? Nobody.
No, but the way like Lara invades the like Atlas. Oh fuck. The unit the office.
Atlantis.
Yeah, the
Oh, Natla's office.
Natlas, yeah, Natlas office, like cutting a fucking elevator and just going to the sky, and the other cut scene was before Saint Francis Folly, when she encounters a litter done by Pierre, and oh Pierre, you litter bug, like those little things made the story. You didn't need like whole cutscenes and Lara crying and oh my god, Jonah. Oh my god, I'm just the world is going to ruin because of me. Like not everything
Yeah.
is about you,
So if I
bitch.
could ask both of you,
Yeah.
what would you say makes a story just good? Like just by itself. Like what would you say? Like, yeah, this is pretty good. This is top tier.
Oh god, that
Needs to be interesting.
Well, anyone could find anything interesting, so
yeah,
And it needs to have characters that are like, but the characters also have to be well. I think it helps if
intriguing maybe.
if the characters have something about them, then that helps. But there needs to be a point. There has to be a reason for what you. Otherwise, or there has to be a reason for something.
So you want the
what's point?
subject to intrigue you. You want, I guess, characters that intrigue you. Is that the easiest way to put it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because look at Lara. Like
Like
the
that's so
first time you
vague.
see
Like,
her,
what about him? Like,
like the
can we
first
break
time
that
you see
down more?
Lara Croft, she is wearing red sunglasses, a tank top, and teeny tiny shorts. And then you had like those cutscenes. But you get Lara, the first cutscene, she jumps down, kills a bunch of wolves, and you get like, oh, who is she? What so how wait, what, when, how, and then
So that's
like
just more of the
Simon
character
said,
design. It's not really the character.
yeah, but it makes you interest. Like the character design goes with the character. You wouldn't make Lara obese and maybe exploring tombs in a dress. You know what I'm saying. So
You
the
wouldn't, but
character goes
some people
along
would.
with the narrative, or at least it should. You know. Um.
So we've got
So
you want the story to you want the subject matter of whatever the story is to be what intrinsically intriguing. Would you say?
sorry. Can you repeat that? I
You
missed
want
that.
the subject matter of the story to be intrinsically pleasing to you, or like intrinsically something you'd want to, like, if we had, let's just say, all things equal, two vastly different stories. One is about like let's see, a man opening up his Del Taco in the Southwest, and then the other one is like, we're gonna go to Mars and we're going to colonize a planet of aliens. Those are the stories, but they're both equally as good. Like, we'll just say, like, just, but you would gravitate towards the subject that is like more interesting to you.
I mean,
Yeah.
not exactly the subject, but more like how
The
it's told.
topic of the story, because yeah, like,
But
would you rather, that's, as in a sense, just like, you want the subject to be a good subject is basically what you're trying to say.
that, and also, like I said, how it's told. I don't want
Well, this is
to
more
be
for Sandwich
spoon
Fan,
fed.
really. I'm trying to
Oh,
dissect
okay. Sorry,
what
sorry.
he's saying
Yeah,
on it.
yeah. If there's a yeah, if it's a subject I'm interested in, I'm automatically going to be more interested in the game.
So that's a
So I
plus.
think,
So hold on,
yeah,
let
Hi,
me
Miss Shafrar. Welcome.
hold on.
I hope I didn't butcher your name, Miss.
I'm not even gonna try to read it.
Shafrar.
I just said,
Miss
nah, that shit. I ain't gonna be able to read. You know, we folks are not allowed to read over here. That's just not something we do.
We don't read.
Okay, so I'll keep this under you. We'll call it the sandwich. So a good narrative, you just want an intrinsically interesting subject. All right, keep going.
yeah. Um, well, I mean, the character needs to have some unique qualities that you can like
You're saying
recognize.
characters. Are you talking the one what if it's a group of protagonists? What if it's one protagonist? What if there's a Venture
Let
Brothers situation where the antagonists are as much the protagonist as the protagonist?
just
Well, you
character,
have.
you know,
So you
sorry,
just
go on.
want good, I guess,
Good,
good.
good, good characters that are interesting and that have some kind of quality that you can pick them out and go,
In
you know,
terms of hair.
Quality and
But
even
you're tying
flaws.
them to interest. I'm assuming just based on the types of characters, we would just find characters you're obviously going to like and dislike more, just depending on what they are. So would you just say in terms of their complexity, or
yeah. Well,
not even
the-
complexity, just in terms of
it just
how
has to
they're
be,
handled in a sense?
yeah, because there just has to be something about them where you can go, that is, you know, um,
Right.
that they have a quality that you can go, that you can point to and say that's what
Unique.
that's them,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
so that,
unique to them. Yeah.
yeah, so they don't feel generic.
Mm,
I'm trying
damn,
to think
I didn't
about
know
the
Shippa was
example.
gonna be off today. I really didn't.
So yeah, because like we were talking about Sonic the other day, like Sonic is despite having like all those issues that we've talked about with the games, Sonic is a recognizable character because it's a there's something about the character that made people gravitate towards it, and um like I said, for me it's not exactly the subject of the narrative, because otherwise, like, I'm very eclectic. I like to
Wait,
watch.
let me keep this in line. Are you done, Sandwich
Okay.
Man? Or is there anything else you want to add on, like for the wrap up?
No, that's fine. I think Anna's got it. Like, it's like Sonic is really cool. He's like cocky and stuff. He's got he's got something about him that you can recognize.
No. Just back to like what
Yeah.
makes a good story. Just back on that subject.
The story,
Like if you had to just let's lay it all out.
there needs to be like consequences.
What?
Consequences. Like, if there needs to be stakes, because if there's nothing, if you know automatically at the end of the game that nothing bad's going to happen and you're not going to lose and you're going to die, no one's going to, like, there's not going to be any
Okay.
loss,
So you're
then
saying
there's nothing to invest in it.
stakes, okay?
There needs
Anything
to be stakes.
else?
So what you're saying if you have nothing to lose, there's no point in playing.
Yeah, because if there's nothing that if there's no stakes, there's no
No, this is just story. There's
consequences.
many reasons to play a game without a story. Like that's just like Tetris. Well,
Yeah.
you could play that. There's nothing to lose.
No, but we're talking about
Yeah, this is
what
just
makes
story.
the
Yeah, this
story
is
good.
just
The
story.
story.
Yeah, story.
There needs to be stakes. Like, the characters can't be infallible, otherwise, there's you're not gonna. It's not interesting if there's if you know at the end of the day everything's going to be fine. There's no possible way. Like, if you
I'll
had
push back on that and say like Superman is a character that's pretty much like that,
kryptonite,
but you can still tell interesting stories despite the fact even like
yeah,
a
but no, but with Superman, it's not. Superman's can't be killed, but his friends and family can. That's how they get him. They find other
Yeah,
people that he cares about, and they attack them. So there is
his
consequences, just not him directly.
well, he can well actually he can be killed with kryptonite, right? So, but
Yeah,
the thing is,
yeah.
yeah, I
But
agree
you
with
can make that
Simon.
work. Like even though like you may have like a character that's not, like
But there's still stakes. If Lois Lane dies, then he's going to be
Yeah,
upset about that.
I think the human part of Superman, because he tries to he comes to Earth like when he's a baby, so he's integrated into human society. So there are stakes for him because he has, like Simon said, a family, like a love interest, something that will make him have something to lose. Like I'm for example, it has nothing to do with video games, with Harry Potter. Like he says something to Voldemort in one of the films, that uh, Voldemort says that Harry Potter is weak because he's not powerful, and he'll never be powerful. And then Harry Potter says to him, "No, you're the weak one. You have nothing to lose. I have something to fight for." You know, like it's kind of like it's and it all comes down to what I was saying before we started recording, that there is a structure to the construction of the myth of the hero, and the hero cannot be um infallible. Like it has to have flaws, it has to have something to fight for and something to lose, and it can be like Superman,
I would
that's a
say it
fucking
doesn't
overpowered.
necessarily need to have flaws as well. Like One Punch Man, the character is literally flawless, but there's still like a pretty interesting story around him.
Yeah, but he has something to lose and he has something to fight for, right?
Yeah, but
So
like the flaw part is like the part I'm pushing back against. Like
I
not
mean, he's flawless.
necessarily.
He's completely flawless. He has no flaws. I don't know because I
Literally
haven't seen
wins
One Punch
everything
Man.
in one. Like that's the joke. It's just like he's making fun of just like the
But
overpowered character, and will win
can
everything
he?
in one fight or like one
But
punch.
has
Does he
he got?
have friends?
Yeah, has he got friends or
Does
a
he
love
have
interest?
friends?
I
Is he
guess
bad at relationships? Is that his flaw?
Is he an incel?
flaws
Oh
to
my god.
what? Yeah, like I guess like in what degree are you mentioning flaws in a sense?
It could be anything really. Uh,
Socially awkward. I
Well,
mean, I don't know. You can be super intelligent and you cannot be and not be able to interact with other human beings in a um
yeah, or you could
so
be if you're too intelligent, you might not be you might find it you might struggle to feel happy because you're always worried about the what's happening. Whereas if you're
it's a
ignorant,
flaw
you're
is
like
almost just like inevitable. Like
you-
I guess any kind of strength can almost just be like spun on its head in a sense. That just seems like what's going
yeah,
to
exactly. There's
happen.
no such
exactly.
there's no such thing as flawless, is there?
Like Spock.
Hmm.
Like Spock. He's super
So it almost just
like
goes without saying. Like you probably don't even have to say it. Just like by existing, you're probably just gonna have a flaw, despite how flawless you try to go.
Yeah,
but there's always a counterbalance, like Star Trek. You have Spock that's super rational and super logical, and then you have Captain Kirk that's emotional. So you have the both things in the story to make the story interesting, because if it were just like a pure rational, pure logical, I think it will lose interest, because that there has to be something. There's always something to make the character like reveal. I mean, not a flaw. You like One Punch Man, but there has to be something to the character to make him. I'm going to say relatable in a way, but at least for you to be feel empathy for him or for it for her. I mean, and for it,
Duh.
because
Jesus.
ultimately, like that's the path of the hero, like that. And all stories start that way. The hero has like some um obstacles, something that he must overcome to, I don't know, bring peace to the world, something like that. Or just like Lara, like save, like Lara Croft doesn't save the planet because she wants to save the planet, like you said in your reviews. Like she's a character that she has her own interests, and she just happens to do the right thing or be at the right place at the right time. I don't know,
Yeah, Shippo brought up
but
another interesting, yeah, Dr. Manhattan, which is literally just like another, like, doesn't have, I guess, like flaws in the sense of the other characters, but then it's just like
hmm,
how he relates to other characters is just, it's not even like that's just like the interesting part of his like
hmm,
dynamic.
yeah.
It's just that dynamic is what'll draw you, not necessarily because he is flawed. But
Right? If someone's too
wrapping
good, then other people find them intimidating
wrapping you
and
up, so you
difficult to
want
make friends.
an intrinsically interesting subject, good characters in terms of how they're handled. You want stakes. Anything else?
Hmm.
He said he didn't do his homework, so you know.
Well,
So
I didn't know how it was gonna like develop.
Well, you're in it now.
so Abbott said the bigger question is, should there even be a standard to good storytelling? There's plenty of stories that are unconventional and even have no point that people can nonetheless greatly enjoy. Yeah, like we said, like there are games that have have a narrative,
No, but
but
you're pulling it back to
we don't.
games now. We're talking just purely story,
Yeah.
just the story. We're just purely on story. Like I just want to know like what you think makes them good. So, is there anything else you want to add to your list, Sandwich Man?
Hmm. Damn. Good characters, interesting subject, stakes. I think those are the main things, really, that I would look for.
Okay, what about you, Anna?
Sorry, the girl was talking to me. What was the question?
Good lord. What do you think makes a story good?
Oh, God, that's
Yep.
a trick question.
Is it?
What makes a story good?
Yeah, so what do you look for? Like, what makes you stay like, yeah, I like this stuff?
It doesn't even have to be complex. It does. I think it depends on. I mean, because I think what makes a story good is a mix or
Well, then
yeah,
say it. What's in the mix?
a mix of things like
Like,
character, like of course the narrative, the story, the yeah. And of course music is an example that has to be implemented into, because I think and I truly believe that music is capable of
so wait, you're saying characters,
So scene setting.
exactly,
music.
because yeah, a scene setting, you can render a scene, and depending on the music, it will have a completely different impact on the person viewing it, you know. So it's a compendium, it's a mix of things. It's not just one formula. There isn't a formula for what makes a good movie or a good film or a good story good, you know. um
Maybe so, but they
But it's,
might tend towards similar things.
yeah,
you know,
the similar things is what, like, the like,
Relax,
okay,
man. You can slow down for a bit.
let
I mean,
let me pull up my let me pull up my notes.
I mean, there's not a set formula, but there's ingredients that you'll use every time that are key. So the key ingredients will be the characters, the music, the setting, the context. You know, all the bits that you need, and then you'll arrange that in a certain way to make the story good.
Yeah, and you space it out just throughout the game in a
No, no,
way
no.
that
Pull back from the
makes
game. Pull back from the game. Just story.
just story, okay, but yeah, uh that that makes you interested, like, so there are three or four fundamental aspects. That's logos, pathos, and ethos. Like so the logos is the word, like how it's written, how it's so the what how the narrator uses words to make the person listening to the story uh become like more involved in the story. That's why uh, you see all those tales, they are always fantastic, and they have a twist of fantasy, because you need to capture the audience with something, and then of
Presentation.
course, yeah, and then you have the pathos, the drama of human history, the like what obstacles does the hero has to overcome, the action, the conflict,
I'll just throw in
and then the
conflict.
yeah, and then you have the ethos, that is the intention of the message. What is the message that the story is trying to tell? So it's if it's moral, ethical, if it's meant to represent history, if it's meant to have social or political implications, like we've seen in the later years, with all these, we must have representation in all games and
But
all
going towards games
forms,
again.
and
Pull back.
okay, but that's what I'm saying, the existential meaning behind the message of the narrative. And then of course you have the muthos. I don't know how to say this word, but the muthos,
How do you spell it?
muthos. It's a Greek word.
M-U-T-H-O what?
muthos.
Can you spell it one more time?
Muthos. M
Mm-hmm.
U
Mm-hmm.
T
Mm-hmm.
H
Yep.
O
Mm-hmm.
S.
What about in Spanish?
No.
But you're
So
saying the
it's
muthos, okay.
muthos. Yeah, okay. So the Greek word muthos. So it's the role of the viewer or the reader in the process of recognizing the form or structure of a narrative. So all of these things play a part in constructing the narrative.
Yep. So looking at this list, are you satisfied?
Characters, music, storytelling, how it's written, and how it's told, because it's not just how it's written, it's also
How
how
it's
it's
written
told.
told is because like
How it's
written would be like
presented.
if
How
it's a
it's
book.
presented.
How is like this?
How-
I'm wrapping those all into like the same thing, because if it's a book, it's
Okay.
obviously how it's written. If it's a film, it's obviously how it's presented. If it's a game, then it's like how it's presented. So yeah, like, how it's
So
written is just what I'm wrapping that all into.
yeah, so the conflict, the conflict, or all the obstacles that the hero, the main character has to overcome, the story message, the muthos. Yes, I think it's yeah.
Problem these days is that they only care about the message and they just don't bother to do anything else. They don't invest in the characters or the overall narrative. They just like try and
And
push
then
the message.
I wouldn't even argue. Yeah, most of it's already written out here, but putting in own layman's terms. Definitely, how is the story told would be the first. Character chemistry and or how they are handled. If we're talking something solo, would be my next. Does it make sense? Definitely a big one. Music is not necessarily like if it's a written word story, not really important. So we're just looking at story itself.
I mean,
Yeah,
if it's
I would
a
want to know like
book, you don't
how are
have
you telling it?
music. Yeah.
Like your methods used for telling it. How are the characters handled? Are you doing this tight knit? Are we not breaking the rules you're setting? Are
I mean, yeah, then there has to be
we?
a setting, like a narrative in time, like there has to be answers to certain questions, like when, what, and
What?
how, you know. So when is the story played? So, and how is the character going to overcome the difficulties, and why is the character so
Mm.
invested in those?
Motivation.
No,
Yeah,
like
motivation.
if I
Yeah,
had a
exactly.
show like I don't know Seinfeld, and that's my story, or any slice of life show. It's not necessarily a conflict. It's just, hey, maybe the characters are doing this today, and if you tell it
I mean,
if it's interesting to follow, I'll
but there
follow
is
it.
conflict. There is conflict in Seinfeld. There, the
Yeah,
day
but
to
not.
day living.
Mm, no, like
Yeah, the day
no,
to day
there is
living, and
conflict, but not all the time. Is the point I'm trying to? There are instances
no, no,
where
no,
it's
no.
just
I don't mean conflict in a way like bad things. You know, conflict
no, I'm not talking
is
about
just
like
like
war or anything. Just like anytime the character comes into an
events.
obstacle or something stopping them from getting something that they want.
Maybe I wouldn't say conflict. I would say the events that make, like, because like it's like action reaction, you know. So we are always even in our lives, like reacting to the things we do that get like the consequences, and then we react to the consequences. So like conflict or events, the events that lead up to that um state of things, you know. I don't know if I'm explaining myself. Uh, but
I'm just trying
yeah,
to put
there
up my
has to be,
criteria.
no, there has to be a catalyst for the story, you know, a catalyst for the narrative, a catalyst that begins the story. So there has to be something that happens to propel the story. Otherwise, there's nothing there, you know. So why does Superman, what propels the story? The story is he falls down from another world to Earth and is overpowered and saves people because he's like, you know what I mean? Like there's always an event uh, that propels
Mm.
action and
What's the point?
causality.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll leave that just with conflict. Uh,
Plot. There
that's
must be
even
a plot.
just, but yeah, I was just like, yeah, that's how it is written. How are you conveying the plot? How is the
Yeah.
story told? How is the plot told? Yeah,
How is it presented?
yeah, pretty much just like how you're doing it. How are you handling the people in there, and are you actually keeping it tight knit? Do you break? Does it make sense? Last, do you break your story?
Yeah, and the
But I
sequence of
guess
events, exactly.
that should also fall into how it is told, just like its quality. If I am being vague, so really just how are you telling it, and then like how are you handling the things inside of it, or like pretty much the too big. Okay, so now pulling this back over to games. Hold on, I gotta find some music that won't get me copyright struck.
Give me just a minute. I have to open my door to my cat. Like, Jesus Christ.
The door to your cat. So like its head, its face,
No, because no, she's in my room and she wants to get out, but the door is closed.
No, you said the door to your cat. Like the cat is the end destination.
I
You
thought
know
you said
what?
open the door for my cat.
I heard to my cat, which I just find funny.
Mhm.
So I just want to pretend that she said that. Either way. That brings me to a little thing. Hopefully this gets no little combo going. So here is a list of all the common genres of games. I literally just blanked on that word. Common genres of games. And based on the tier list.
Apparently YouTube has tagged this as Marvel Avengers. Well, that might help us.
Wait, YouTube? What? This is Marvel Avengers. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
We didn't even mention the Avengers. We mentioned Superman. He's DC.
Am I the good of it? Like, are we like the good Avengers or like the other Avengers, the bad ones? Like, are we? How is it?
What's the difference?
Oh dear. Oh no.
Are the good ones like the old ones, or
Yeah. Wait. No. The old ones are the good ones.
yeah? I don't know. I never saw the old ones. I've seen the ones from recent times.
Okay, now I don't know what are you talking about the old ones like the
I'm
comics?
I'm I'm talking about Iron Man 1, 2, and 3,
So the
and
movies.
Avengers Assemble. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm talking about.
referring to as the old ones. What else would be?
Oh, well then, what are the new ones? You mean ones that after Infinity Wars?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I've not watched any of those,
Yeah, they're
so
pretty bad.
I was pretty happy with
I wouldn't recommend it.
the old ones. So I was content. I was like, I don't want to watch them get ruined.
Either way, did a little tier list of the game genres, and here's basically how I broke it down in my head. S through F tier. F would just be there's just flat out no story. It's just a game. You play it, it goes away, that type of deal. D, it's pretty much in the same class as F. The main draw to the game is the game, but it just might have like a little spruce of narrative around it. So just like the setup for Mario Party might be, oh, they want to figure out who's the biggest badass in Mario Land, so they're gonna play the parties games, and then you just sort of play Mario Party. So like that's D. Anything that you could describe as that. Average tier, I would just say it's things that just cutscenes are the main catalyst. So you can watch a cutscene or skip it, and then you just play the game. But the cutscenes are pretty much the main drive for the narrative. It might happen after an event, before an event, but pretty much the game and the cutscene are separate. So I would say that's just like the average tier. That's pretty much what games have started to do since like their inception. B, they make an attempt to intertwine the game to the story more actively, but this comes at a cost to the gameplay. So like that's where like dating sims, visual novels, where like the whole point of like a visual novel is the story. You get a better quality story out of it. But at the end of the day, it's like it's still just like a visual novel. So like your thing is like you might click, you might do a little mini game, but a lot of conventional game portions have had to be sacrificed for that. A is when we're doing the cutscenes. We have in-game items you can use to tell yourself the story. If you just look around the environment tells you the story. Character skills will do the story. My go-to example for that is Xenoblade 2, where yep, they have the cutscenes, you can skip them. If you just the way even items are used, like facilitates like characters, where like you can just buy shit and give them to characters to help you essentially like grind for certain stats. But then if you give Mithra like a cupcake, she's like, "Oh damn, I really like those. Thanks, Rex Senpai." And then she likes the cupcake, so it makes it actually interacts with the mechanics, and that you'll get an even better bonus than if you just gave her like a fish, and she's like, "Ew, well, thanks, I guess." And then they'll just I like when they do shit like that. When just even like the stuff, the characters themselves, like or like their traits will also just add to the narrative.
Okay.
In which like even Mithra has like a skill on a skill tree. Like they do like the whole skill tree thing. And one of them is just called girl talk. And
What?
the only reason she has the skill is just to show she has grown as a character. Like
Oh, okay.
she is less of an asshole and we're more ready to tolerate her bullshit.
She's less of an asshole. So, okay, so explain that. So we've been like Simon and I have been talking for this long. So
Oh, I'm
explain
still
that.
explaining.
Explain because I didn't know about Xenoblade. I don't know the
No, like
story.
Xenoblade, like because that's like a really good integration of it. Where yep, they will
Mm.
tell you, and they will tell you. don't get me wrong, I
So,
don't rank it as good because the cutscenes are fucking long. So to start the game, it's like a 15-minute wait, and then
goddamn.
you kill a crab, and then Rex has a conversation with the dragon, and you're like, this is 10 more minutes, what the fuck? And then you go inside like the house, and they're like, okay, we need some money. This guy has a job. Don't stay out too late. And he's like, yeah, go fuck yourself, grandpa. And then that takes like another five. It's doing like the AAA game thing, but they have the good
Oh,
sense to be like, if you don't give a shit, just hit start and skip and be on your way. And I'm like, thank you. So
okay,
then
I get
you
it.
can like start and skip, but then little things in the game will just play off like the characterizations. Like they have like a really big thing, a big theme of Xenoblade 2 is just like the cycle of forgetting because all the human weapons that you can essentially use, if a person dies, they will turn back into a rock, and then somebody
Oh,
else can touch that rock and then bring out their own anime woman who will be the same anime woman, but then they will have just lost all their memories from a previous life, and they will essentially
oh.
just be like, I'm essentially a new person. I have no idea what the fuck I was like before. And that's like a big theme of the whole thing. So
So they
then
can interact with you. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So, depending on your interactions with the NPCs, they will react differently.
no, it's the blades themselves. So like Mithra is the blade and like she follows along with all of them. So there
Mm,
is a segment where they wanted to do like a flashback to some of the same characters. So that got released as DLC. So you find the same characters you meet in the main game, but they're tied to different people. And then
okay.
that version of the character, it's a blue-haired girl named Bridget who just hates Mithra, and it's funny. She just keeps a she starts keeping a journal, and she's like, "Yeah, I just want to like remember who I was for when this guy dies, for when I like come back."
Okay.
And then
Okay.
not only
Okay.
that, the characters have things called field skills to where if you inspect an object, you can increase the amount of objects you get based on their field skills. So like if you're saying, I've got to go farm some weeds or some shit, and you have a character that's good in botany, you'll get more. If you try to get rocks or some shit, and then you have a character that's good in mineralogy, you'll get more. That's basically the skill. So this character is like they specialize in botany. That's their thing.
Okay.
And then when basically the DLC ends, the person she's tied to dies, she turns back into a rock, and then you meet her again 500 years in the future. She's more or less like kind of the same person, but then you find, oh, she has different skills. Like she just took interest in different things. And that's never like outright explained to you. It's never like shown to you at the
Oh,
forefront. It's
okay.
just
Okay.
something you notice where it's like, hey, why are you like into this stuff now? And like
Yeah. That
that's like part of the that's like the storytelling I
that's
can
good
really get
storytelling.
behind, where
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like
That
they tell you this is what the theme is, like the whole theme is like wanting to maintain yourself or forgetting or like just being able to live forever but living different lives over and over. Like they set that up, and then just little things in the game will just sort of point to like to that thing.
exactly. That's good storytelling because it makes the player like be more attentive to the environment and okay, not read things, but like you said, it's a small detail, but it goes a long way to tell a narrative, like to tell a narrative to describe something, and that's what I find that games are good at. You don't need to explain to
Yeah,
the person
that's when I
playing,
say
you
like the
know.
game is using its strength. Like another example
Exactly.
with Mithra is at the end of the DLC, she ends up sinking. She kills a giant animal, which a bunch of people are living on, and so they all die. And then she kills a kid that looked up to her, and then he dies. And then
Damn,
she's like,
that's
"Well, shit." And so throughout the
that's
whole story, like throughout the DLC, she's just kind of like an arrogant asshole. She's like a Mary Sue that everyone is aware of, and they're not
Mary
having.
Sue.
They're really just not having it. She's just like, yeah, I'm the shit. And
I'm
then
the
everyone's
best.
just like, shut the fuck up, Mithra. Like it's just Jesus Christ. For an example, okay. Yeah, I'm going off on this because as you can tell, really like the story to Xenoblade. I really like how
Nice.
it's conveyed.
Yeah.
But let's see. I can find like
Torna
the
is such a damn good story. It rivals the main game super hard. Torna. Is that from Xenoblade?
wait, wait,
No.
Torna, dialogue lines. Well, let me see if I can
I'm
play some
guessing-
for you guys.
I'm guessing Xenoblade's going at the top then.
No, it isn't.
Oh.
Mm.
But I'm just trying to find examples of just like everyone just gives her shit because like that's just perfectly sums up. It's like turning like I am the chosen one on its head. Like they don't play it seriously. It's like, yeah, we get it. Just shut the fuck up about it. Thank you. Let me see.
I mean,
Come
but
on.
there are games that don't rely on narrative, like fighter games. You do have the characters have a little bit of backstory and a little bit of biography, but you don't need a narrative to play a fight game like Tekken or Mortal Kombat or something like that, or even shooters, right? Um, like COD or like I don't know. You don't need. Not every game is relying on a narrative to be able to be considered a good game. Depends on the genre, right?
Modern Warfare had a pretty
No,
good
but yeah,
story.
like that's the whole thing I'm trying to like categorize. Well, let me see if someone's actually just done like a video on it. Where's dialogue?
Portal tells
Lines.
a good story through its cutscenes and its environmental storytelling, all the Batman stuff.
All right, here might be an example. Let me flip your guys' window just to see if you can get a couple of them in there. Okay, let's do this. Let's see if any of these have it.
Adam, please. Can't you do something about the Aegis's reckless behavior?
How about we have Hugo bond with her? I'm sure she'd be better behaved then.
Ah, no.
So Mithra's the Aegis, and she's just not even calling her by her name. It's just like, keep your bitch in check.
Anything but that.
I know what you're thinking, but she tries, in her own special way. Go easy on her.
I'm afraid we can't go easy on you. You're really quite wise in the way of the world, aren't you, Hugo?
Nope. Let's see. Let me see if I can just find it with Mithras in focus. Those are the best ones.
Hugo, hold of my.
You have us to rely on too.
Oh.
I'll drink to that.
Oh.
Otherwise.
Why are there so many people on screen?
Yeah, because like it's how in RPGs when it's like these people join your party, but then it's like two assholes.
Oh.
Well, in this one, your party is actually your party. Everybody who's with you is actually there.
Okay.
Let's see.
For the fringe to go.
A good idea. 'Twould help bring out your beautiful eyes.
Oh, you think so? Well, thanks, I suppose.
Gian, important question. Who do you think is stronger, me or Bridget?
You put so much stock in external displays of power, do you?
What do you mean? Strength is strength, right? Right?
Right?
Such beauty. Were haze but not a blade, she could easily become His Majesty's consort.
Huh? What was that you said, Master Gian?
She's engaged.
Stand against us.
I do hope we can finish it.
I'm just trying to find the one where she's like, "Yo, it's dinner time. Make some meat," and they're just like, "Cool, I'm making the salad instead, bitch." That's basically the whole. Anything she wants, you're just like, "Nah, it's fine." But any other things I want to add on to that? Yeah, I do. I think I went off on a tangent. So she kills the kid. That's how that starts that tangent. And then in game, there's things called just like what are they? They have arts, and then they have like combos. So arts are just like basic attacks you can get. I might actually need to go back to the game on this one so you can actually see what the fuck I'm talking about. Because we're going into Give me like a split second. Come on, mate. Help me out. Do me a solid. He's not gonna do me a solid.
Kill the kid.
Like Hayed. All right. I should just need to find them on battle. I'm not gonna be able to find them in battle.
I really want to play Xenoblade, honestly.
It's good.
Papoonin, what are you doing?
They're different types of
moving.
Different types of good, but it's good. There we go. Found a little still image of it. Okay. So that thing to the right that says like a anchor shot or a sword bash, those are like arts. Those are like just basic ass moves that you can do at any time you want once you build up enough meter.
Okay.
When you stack enough of these together, you can do a stronger move, which will appear in that little right hand column. That's like a combo. So the point is that combos are stronger than the basic moves. That's the point.
That makes sense.
So in the DLC, Mithra's little basic ass arts are her combos in the future. And the implication of that is that she wants to tone herself down because she feels bad about what she did.
Okay, so there is a
She's
character
she's
build-up
limiting herself in because she would just do crazy ass combos that were like, damn, this is borderline broken. But then in the
like
in the
Smash?
future one, it's just the combos are her basic ass moves that she was using in the past. And no other character would ever know this. None of them do, because obviously they weren't with her in the past. But it's just something you as the player can pick up on.
No. Yeah,
if you were
yeah.
paying attention, hey, wait a minute, why your combo's different? You didn't die. You didn't change into a different person. Oh, you just feel bad about what you did. And it's little things like that. They're tying in even the actual gameplay moves that they're doing is tied into just story details like that.
Yeah, that's good character building. Because it makes like I said, it makes her more relatable. Like you said, if she's a Mary Sue, and that's why I think many films and games have failed in the last years, because they are trying to portray the character as being flawless and being oh gosh, she's
yeah, she's that
women.
trope inverted.
Mostly women. Yeah.
Pretty much,
So
which is
she's
why I like
awesome. She's 100%. She can do no wrong. And yeah, that's why it flops, because there is no such thing as perfection. Even in gods, even the stories we hear about gods, even God is not perfect because it creates imperfect things, you know what I'm saying? So
not picking up what you're putting down. But
yeah, there has to be something there to make you, oh, that's a cool thing that I just noticed that, and that it makes you maybe see the character in other eyes, with another perspective,
under a different lens.
Yeah, through a different lens. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm calling the A tier. So it's using the conventional means of cutscenes. The story is or should be competent on its own, should be making sense. The things in the game are also doing the business of the plot. The environments are doing the business of the plot. And even the characters themselves, or just stuff attached to them, is doing everything is subtly doing plot business if you go and look for it. And that's why I think these are very strong. And this doesn't come at the cost of the video game that you're playing.
And
then S is just goddamn survival horror. And then my GOAT is still Shattered Memories, for just how that's all put together. And then it's the what?
Shattered Memories. It's the
it's Silent Hill.
Yeah. Didn't you play it on? Oh no, you did not.
That was that was my speedrun game.
Yeah, you did it. Yeah, you did, and you did a review on it.
No, that was part of 2013.
No, Yeah, yeah, the part review, like a little bit of a review of the game when trying to explain what storytelling within a game is. Yeah.
And then basically it's doing everything down here, like even like the Silent Hill franchise. And when I'm talking about like 2, 3, and Shattered Memories, like items are doing the business of the plot. Location is, if you're looking around, obviously the characters traits are more limited in that sense, but this was getting down to the level of like if you looked at the stuff you looked at was changing how the story was like playing out. And this was
Hmm.
like back on the Wii, and I have yet to see another game like take it to that extreme where we're gonna have the multiple outcomes, and based on how you play, it's going to change. Even that other one that we did recently, like that freaking Korean horror game where the outcome is fixed, but it's just so well done. Where I'm
I
like,
mean,
yeah,
if
I'm
games,
captivated.
yeah, if games are well done, like I like, and the narrative is transmitted correctly or told correctly in the correct means with the in like the timing has to be perfect and all of that, and you don't treat the viewer or the player as a baby, like holding their hand and let them think, use the brain for a little bit, like
Oh yeah,
try
I'm
to,
picking it up. And the only reason
yeah.
I would put it higher is just because I think it strikes the balance better where like RPGs and stuff like this, you do have to sort of be willing to listen to the story, and it's gonna test you because some of those cutscenes are long versus I think survival horror strikes that nice balance of we're just gonna sort of here's your scene, here's your game, but then within the game, more shit's happening. It's
Hmm.
definitely it's handled better, I would say. Like that's what really pushes it over the edge in like S is that it's balancing it. So like yeah, things like Shattered
Yeah, yeah.
Memories, Silent Hill 2, like those are like my yep, this is how you do it. And we can build on this because these are old games. Like our tech's gotten better. We should be able to be pushing this further, but we just have strayed away from that.
I mean, but doesn't Shatter Memories also limits the gameplay a little bit?
That's where I'm like, yeah, that's why 2 might go above
Yeah.
it. But
Okay.
it's still it keeps the puzzle solving parts.
Okay.
But the part it pretty much sacrifices is the combat, which agreeably like is why I'm less annoyed by some of like the
Mm.
other like triple A tropes to it. Like when I'm doing the
Yeah,
walk
yeah,
on
yeah.
talk, I'm just sort of like, yeah,
Oh Jesus,
but
the
I'm
walk and
always
talk.
walking. So I might as
Ugh.
well just walk and talk versus like I could be doing something else right now. But
Yeah, I
there's still
agree.
enough of a game with Shattered Memories where I'm like, okay, we didn't just completely axe it. But then 2 is like the more complete, yeah, there's like inventory management, item management, all that part of it with like the same quality. I just really like the fact that Shattered Memories was like even playing with like what exactly can we mess with? Even like the intro cutscene, like they gamified it.
No.
It's like a psych test. I was
Oh,
actually
okay.
looking forward to the cutscenes because like it wasn't just me watching, it was like me interacting, doing
That's
something
cool.
as part of the cutscene. Like just the
What?
stuff it
Why?
was trying was like, yeah, like you gamified the
Hmm.
cutscene. Like, why doesn't more things do this?
Yeah.
Well, they
Why do
tried
you? Why?
QTEs, but that was the wrong kind of interaction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Why do you
that's like
think
fighting
that?
against the game. Sorry.
No, no. Sorry, sorry, sorry. No, I was just asking. In your opinion, why do you think that that formula wasn't recreated in more games?
It didn't sell well.
Oh, okay. So maybe that kind of tells you that people want to, I don't know,
It's like a
point and
combination. Like a
shoot.
lot of games are made on the same engine nowadays. It's like
Mm,
rarely you're gonna get people who are gonna build their engines from the ground up. So it's just we're gonna take this engine. It's sort of specialized to do this. We can tweak it to do other things. And I think
okay.
like as like a side effect from that, we're just sort of getting like the same kind of the same kind of thing because we're all using like Unreal Engine 4 or whatever the fuck it was we were using like at that
Yeah.
They
time.
want to go with something that's safe. That they like. This game sold well. This game sold well. That game sold well. Let's just do what they did.
Yes.
Don't take any risks because we need to make a return.
No,
We need to
basically
make a profit.
2013 with Uncharted, right? Like what the fuck? And Shadow took even the Shadow took thing it's like scenes from a fucking film. Like what the fuck? You didn't even have the originality to do
Hmm.
something different. Like just God. How can you even like copy a film? Like it's Tomb Raider.
Beige mentioned some good stuff too. Yeah, like in Silent Hill too. It's like just standing close or far away from Maria will start putting points towards an ending, or like looking at certain items in your inventory will put points towards the ending, or like if James is kept with his health high or low will like change the ending. It's just stuff that it's trying to take into account like how you play the game should dictate your ending versus like, oh, I picked this option at this time, so I get this ending, which I think is really
Hmm.
strong. But like for a lot of games, they just don't. So that's why, like, yeah, survival horror would be like this is the goat in terms of genres. Then
But what about like
RPGs and stuff fall below it.
Mhm.
Dating sims and stuff, like I think probably have even stronger stories than the stuff in A, honestly. It's just a lot of the game has been stripped out. C are just basic games, but they have, just setup cutscenes, wind down cutscenes, yeah. D is just it's a game. There's like a story around it. And then F is just fucking Twitter. I don't know. Whatever this shit is.
Yeah, but I
Angry
mean,
Birds,
board games, phone games, like oh yeah, Angry Birds
Candy
or
Crush,
Sudoku or
Tetris.
Tetris or Mahjong or something. Games that is just a game to keep you occupied for a little bit. You don't. It's not complex. It maybe tickle your mind for a little bit, but it's not. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So for
And
Sandwich Man's
like you
thing, I would
said,
put Ocarina at like C. Same with like Breath of the Wild. It's just sort of the cutscenes are there, but the game is like the game's the main draw. Like you're not really getting like a lot of story built into it. It's just
I
more or
don't know.
less.
I feel like A would be better for
yeah, the
Ocarina.
open world because revolutionize.
Compared to
Because
like
you've
the
got
shit like Xenoblade and Metroid and like these other things we're doing, like with even like their character stats, how they react to items, like all like of this so much more effort was put into that
Hmm.
than like
but
Ocarina is just set up cutscene, game.
but you have the if you talk to the characters, they'll tell you more about the story, and
Yeah,
you can like you
Yeah,
do the
that's
item
just
trading and stuff,
and you
you
have
get
side quests.
you got like little details
yeah, I think that's just like the standard. That's like
like
normal.
the
Like
gossip stones. The gossip stones give you hints and stuff as well, and tell you about you know
yeah,
stuff.
standard game banner, I would
Hmm.
say. And this is not to like to knock on like the story's quality as like the story's quality, just like how it's integrated with the game. Like for example, I think you could
Mhm.
probably have like something going ham in like the A tier, but then if you actually like broke down the story and looked like what happened, how did they tell it, you might get something terrible as like a story. But then like vice versa in C, you might get a really competent story. It's just sort of like, yeah, they were cutscenes.
Yeah,
And then there were
exactly.
games.
And
Like
there were
it's
games. Exact.
this is
Yeah.
not to determine the quality of the story. This is like to determine how it is like the genres I think
Oh,
integrated
okay,
the best.
all right, well, that's fair.
So like, yeah, I would say Ocarina is like it's like standard fare. Like you're doing the bulk of your build is with cutscenes and like yeah, RPG shit. You talk to characters, they have their little stuff going on. Move
So, are
I
along.
we
mean,
ranking the games?
We're still on the. I still need data. Senior Chicken has been mighty. He's just waiting there, waiting for any kind of input.
I mean, you said it yourself. Even Haiti, for example, it just like takes an approach of like the survival horror, but it doesn't tell you anything.
Mm.
All you have to do, you have to pay attention to everything and every little detail, and like not just the environment, but the notes and
It's environment and
uh,
notes. That's really it.
Mm.
Something
I'd say
about
yeah,
D, that would be a D for me because it's
environments
like,
and notes is like, yeah, C. Honestly, I would just put it as like this is stuff that games just do in terms of like trying to get like across the plot. Like you'll find the note that says the thing, or they'll have the
yeah.
cutscene that says the thing. Like that's just like baseline. That is like the baseline. That's how we came through the door in like gaming in the third dimension is pretty much just like set up cutscenes, little notes. That's sort of just what we did. And then some games have taken it further, and then some have taken it less. Wait a minute. I'm trying to get back to
Hmm.
the notes. Okay. So what have we got for just the overall stuff? We've got its pacing, its narrative quality, the game to story ratio. Can we, after all this dialogue, add anything more? For just at least general points.
I mean, like the game to story ratio is like it already focuses on on those points that we were discussing, like how the game tells you the story. If it's just like through notes or in-game thing or the ambience, the environment. Um,
Yeah, but any
what
other
about
general topics?
what about interaction?
Interactivity.
Interaction. Yeah, what you're doing is to affect the
There we go.
story.
That's a good. Yeah, yeah.
Where
Maybe you're rude to characters, and that makes them, you know,
not want to help you in
respond to
the
you
end or
differently.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, something
Oh
like that.
yeah, exactly. Oh, like an Elden Ring. If you kill like a certain, but it's true. Like if you kill certain NPCs, you are locked out of
Oh,
certain side quests. Like, look, I'm referring to Elden Ring because
I think
it's
you just
that's
like
the
Elden
last.
Ring.
No, but yeah, I like Elden Ring. Okay, I like
Mm.
Elden Ring. Look, I'm on the, but it's the game that I played
Oh,
the last game I played, so it's the one that's fresher in my memory. So if you kill certain NPCs, you are locked out of certain side quests, and unless you go to the Church of Vows and s- go for absolution or whatever the fuck it is, but that's a good idea. That's a good thing. Player interactivity. So what you do in the game will affect the end result. Yeah.
oh, that's
Nice one,
interactivity.
Simon. Yeah. I was just expanding on the. I just
Expanding
remembered.
dong.
um.
Any others you wanna put into our little
Okay,
chicken?
let me think. Um,
Hmm.
Senor Chiquini. Um, relatability to the characters, maybe.
What? Now you're gonna have to
Re-
expand. Like, what do you mean by that?
relatability. Relatable. If a character is relatable or not.
But do they necessarily need to be relatable for a story to be good?
I mean,
Like,
You
who
it
can
can be
relate
the
connect.
to Superman
it can
in some
it can be the
ways?
antagonist. Well,
No,
super.
you can connect to them in some
Yeah,
way.
like in
You know.
some
Yeah,
ways, but they don't have to
in
be like
some ways.
entirely relatable. Hell, you
No,
could
no, no,
just
no, no. You can relate to the antagonist or the villain. You don't necessarily have to relate to the main character. That there has to be some aspect of relatability in the
but does
characters
there
of the
need
game.
to be though? Like, can I not just have a story about two
I don't.
giant dragons
Mm,
that are going off on something?
there will be some aspect that people will relate, like
Yeah,
even the
something in
No,
that
I
struggles.
think people
personality.
will find a way to relate it, but like, is that
Yeah,
something that
because
has to be intentionally done? Like, by the act of
I,
writing good characters, would
because
that not
because
just
that's
solve
the
your? your issue?
That's the structure of narrative. That's the structure of what is a character, what is the main character slash a hero. Like with the hero of the hero of a thousand faces, like I told you, the book for from Joseph Campbell, you know. And he talks about like the primary task of the hero, like it is to begin a journey to overcome certain obstacles. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon, if you're a mouse, if you're an overpowered anime chick, you know. There's a line, and that's why most of these stories are similar in a way, because it's the story of mankind, the story of humankind, the story of men. Like this is it all, it's all related to the ability of like we are rooting for, like when we are rooting for the underdog of a story, you know. There's always some aspect that will make the viewer or the player relate to the game. That's what I'm saying.
Have to invest in something.
Yeah.
I was trying to play
Vested
devil's
interest.
advocate here, trying to see if there's
Vested
any
interest.
story I can see where I'm just completely detached. I'm just fascinated by like what's happening. Wasn't there like I guess that's more like a documentary thing, I guess, where fucking like March of the Penguins or some shit like that, where it's just
Oh. Yeah.
I'm just
You're,
watching
you're
animals.
invested. You're invested in the animals because they look cute, and you want them to be well. Uh,
You don't want
vested
to.
in vested interest.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want them to get eaten by sharks.
We'll say ability to have vested interest. All right. Anything else for inputs?
Yeah,
Just in
Undertale has a
general.
good integration of story and gameplay. You can kill NPCs. Yeah, Undertale. I don't think I've ever played that.
Neither have I.
Never heard of it.
But then there are games that are too focused on the story and
But then that would be
gameplay.
game to story ratio. That'd be like under that
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
panel.
yeah,
But
yeah,
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 just
yeah, yeah.
general topics so we
Yeah.
can get these as inputs.
Hmm.
So obviously you were talking about like the game's pacing, which might actually just fall under like the game to story ratio. The narrative quality would be separate. Player interactivity would be separate. Vested interest, yeah. I guess that might fall under just narrative
narrative
quality.
quality, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
We just
Yeah,
crossed our list.
Soma. Soma was another good one.
Soma.
Yeah.
Drew Brown, welcome. If you're new here, I don't know, so welcome.
But yeah, another survival horror. That would be a little bit lower because like a lot of the game is sacrifice, but it is a good story. But it would be like probably lower on my tier list in terms of like how is the game and story like woven together. But it's like a great story. Let's see. So interactivity, story rate, and I guess like we should probably clarify when we mean like interactivity, like how can player affect story?
Story
Yeah.
or the end or yeah or
Just
or
the
the
story in
ending is
possible
general.
part of the
endings.
story.
Yeah. But I would also say that like the environment and the ambience, like the graphics
Setting.
creates the setting, creates like the good because a game does not depend only on the story. It depends on also on the image being played to the. That's why I spoke about music, because
So what
in
assets of the
games,
game are telling the story then? That's just
yeah. So
how much
because
of it is.
even in games you have music. Even in games you have certain environments that will make you feel something or make you you know, like it's like you take a scene and you put two different styles of music on top of it, and it can convey completely different emotions.
So,
So
like presentation and ability to provoke emotions.
But no, I think now you're saying different things. Because I think she's
yeah, but
just saying like how much of the game is telling the story, and then she went into like environments and music. So like just like how much of the assets are contributing towards the plot versus
yeah,
like maybe
exactly.
it's
Like
just you're in generic box world, but then you're in like a high octane Fast and Furious story, and so the environment doesn't really matter versus a game that like thought more about it and put more like personality into the environments.
yes.
I don't know what plot you're hinging on there, Simon, but you want to elaborate?
Oh, I was just regarding the way they use the use of music to provoke emotions. I think that's part of it is the way the game makes you feel.
Okay, then yeah, that's going into like assets. Then
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think
I'm
it's
still
part
So
of
trying to
the
get
like
the
same
big
thing.
broad points like before like we
yeah,
dive into
like
any of them. Like any more broader points that don't fall into any one
Beige
of these.
is telling that in alien isolation, seeing a trash surgery room with a chest burster victim tells me what I need to know without a word. Like, yeah, you go
Yeah,
into
things like
that
that.
room, you see that. Yeah, exactly. The ambience, the music, the sound effects. So all of
Presentation.
those are all of those are assets
Yeah,
like
these are
that
still assets.
complement that complement the storytelling. Um, hmm.
Any other? So we got narrative quality, we got the games to story ratio, we got the player interactivity, we have all the assets of the game that are doing the plot business. Anything else that would not fall into one of these?
Hmm.
And then that's why I asked you on your like think on your examples, and if you're thinking about them, does something not on this list pop to mind?
I think what's missing is just the character building.
You just mean like characters
Character
themselves.
development.
Characters themselves.
So
Yeah.
that's narrative quality. I would just say characters would fall under that.
Character development. Yeah.
I don't think that it would fall under narrative quality
Yeah,
because you
bad
can have
characters ruin your narrative quality. Good characters will raise your narrative quality.
yeah, but for example, like we discussed with Sonic, you don't care about the narrative, but you care about the character.
Now we're
So
talking about
what
like that's like the character's marketing appeal, not necessarily
hmm,
like the character in like in a
the story?
narrative sense. I think he's talking about
I
like
get what
characters,
I
like
don't know.
character writing is what he's
I get.
talking about.
I've
I
bought a
get
lot
it.
of bad Sonic games just because I like Sonic.
Yeah,
And I
but like
hated
that's like the character appeal of Sonic, but like that's
Yeah.
different than like his writing. I'm
but I
saying
still
Okay.
hated the game, so
I
it didn't
better
really help.
just character
Yeah, but the thing is,
writing,
like the character, the character writing, because you can write
character
a good
writing.
character and you have a ass story, like, but the character is awesome.
But then that
You
wouldn't
don't
really
care
like
about the story.
determine like if the story is good or not. That just means you played the game because you like the character. That has nothing to do with like is the story good
Mm.
or not. That just means you chose to play Sonic and then you suffered through it. Like
God, what suffer? Sonic 1 is awesome.
Sonic 3 is
uh,
better.
No, I agree.
uh,
Sonic 3 and Knuckles is the better.
do you really go back down this fucking rabbit hole again?
It's
But
no
it
rabbit
doesn't
hole.
have.
Sonic 3
It's
is the
not a
best.
rabbit hole. It's not a rabbit hole. It's
Unchallenged.
uncontested, unchallenged.
If anyone else thinks
Gracie.
that Sonic 3 is not Gracie has a story to
Gracie.
tell about Sonic.
If anyone says Sonic 3 is bad, I will ban them from the chat. Thank
Sonic
you.
3 is bad,
N-
and I will
Banned.
stand by that.
Look, when I get to you in September, I swear to God.
I cleaned my 45 the other day. Like cleaned out the barrel, made sure it was in working order, gave it some oil, ready to go.
But yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, but
I'll
yeah,
happily take that. My legacy is me still driving games for me.
Oh
Look,
my word.
I'd love to hear Gracie talk about Sonic. That would
Right.
be a like.
But broad categories for this pumping.
Okay, narrative quality, ability to investment, character writing, game to story game to story ratio. Okay, how can a player
You
affect
just given me
story
an
assets?
idea.
What?
I mean,
I'm gonna make a Sonic 1 review using the AI, using Gracie's voice.
Oh,
Just
Sonic 1. Now there's a game I could really get behind.
Sonic 2
He
is
goes
good. I'll stand
fast,
by that.
he spins, he has the chili dogs on the corner. And
oh no,
let
no,
me
it's gonna
tell
be a
you,
negative review.
And to
he's
be
got
honest, I like all the first, like all the classic Sonics. So, but I'm old. What am I? Yeah.
Oh, I don't mind Sonic 1, but I accept that it's not very good because the controls aren't very good and the levels are very frustrating unnecessarily.
It was good in my time,
so
like 500 years ago.
Yeah, well, back when you only had when there was no internet, yeah, it was good then. But nowadays it doesn't stack up.
I have no palette, no reference level. This is all I know.
Oh my god, I can't like in Tomb Raider 1. Like I was born in the age where you had a mod to make Lara nude. Okay.
A mod? I mean, those are still
Yeah.
very, very, very common. Like every game
No,
has that
but
mod.
the original Tomb Raider
They
1, like in
all have the mods,
Not
comrade.
all games.
1996.
Square,
1996.
that Square
Like the
Enix is
old.
working hard to stop you from doing that. They're bastards.
I still remember the first time I played Tomb Raider. It was like amazing. I was like, so what game is this and who is this? And I want to be her.
Did your dreams come
Plus
true?
No.
Oh dear.
Plus she's hot. Oh, Booba.
Yep, that's Xenoblade 2 in a nutshell.
I mean, anime, right?
No, just Xenoblade 2. I mean, if you only have those 4 points, I guess we could start just like diving into them to get the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember any extra point. Nude
Maybe if
Raider
we're
code made you
talking,
explode.
we'll find some other points as we're going along. So
Yeah.
let's start getting our deep dive on. How are we doing on time? Excellent.
Yeah.
I know, still pretty early. Okay, let me hold on. I'm gonna fetch some water real quick.
Fetch some water.
I'm
Yep.
quickly run to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Everyone
too.
needs to. All right, this is it.
Break. We'll be right back.
We will indeed. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I don't know about the other two.
Yeah.
I can't see.
Nope.
I'm just.
I can't see.
Ready to do the long haul. Oh my god, it is not that late. That's true.
They were just getting started.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Don't forget, I'm old.
Nah, you're gonna go here forever.
What do you mean? We're the same age practically.
What do you mean we're the same age? I'm 937 years.
Yeah, well, I feel 937 years old.
Got it.
Oh,
wait.
Lord.
Although I did lose 10 pounds today. But
Nice.
in a
Wait.
bet.
Oh, I thought
What?
10 pounds. I thought it was 10 pounds in weight.
I just lost 10 more pounds
Yeah.
today. I just.
That was the joke. That was the joke. That was the joke.
Yeah, but hey, 5 kilos is awesome. Way to go. Nice.
Yeah.
You go.
You go, girl.
Let's go, girls.
Well, I would like to go walking again, but I'll have to hope the weather gets more clement.
Nah, you could just layer up. Stop being a Bobby. He's making excuses.
Excuse.
Listen, I'm a lazy bastard.
Mm-hmm.
That's my personality. You can't change your personality.
Sure you can.
That's just impossible.
Well, before I go down that rabbit hole, we are at narrative quality. So I guess we're going to try to figure out what should this weigh by just having a little chat about it. So you guys have already mentioned ability to have vested character interest is sort of like a little offshoot. Character writing in an offshoot.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta just. I think just because like the game has the video game part, I'm definitely more willing to forgive a broken story than if I'm just watching a TV show or like a movie that has a broken story. But then the question is, like, if we're trying to talk about game storytelling, I definitely think it still should matter, despite the fact that I'm willing to forgive it if it's tied to a good game. I think like that's like your RE4s of just like wacky American gunslinger fucking story with just crazy lines that if you really sat down and looked at the story, you'd just be like, bro, what the fuck are you on? Like, who's gonna, what is this? Okay, he punches a boulder into the lava. Really? Really? That's what we're going with? Like, yeah. He punches the boulder in the lava. And then he shoots Wesker. And you're like, okay, let's. Okay, I know where you're coming from, but maybe let's not. Maybe let's not.
Yeah, but the game can still be good, but you can still criticize if the story's bad.
Yeah.
You can still criticize that and make that a negative.
But like I said, like even so, would you prefer a game that has an amazing story but terrible gameplay, or a game
No,
that has
I'll play
amazing
RE4.
gameplay and a terrible story? What do you prefer? I would prefer a game that was good. I mean, yeah, we should
we
care
all
about the
would.
story. Yeah, we should care about the story, but the game has to be good. The game is the primary source. Like the old games, like the 90s, like I told, like I started in the beginning of the other conversation. The old games, they didn't have like that kind of immersion, shall we say, or because they didn't have the technology to develop like cutscenes, like long cutscenes, and like, you didn't have like as many options to formulate or to tell a story as you do today. But the games were fun. So yeah, basically that. Um,
What?
but when it comes to storytelling, there's always like a common denominator that is a character. The character has to that there has to be a purpose, a meaning, an objective. You know, if you're telling a story, it has to. You can even start telling the story at the end, like not chronologically. There are games like that, but there has to be an interesting story, and there has to be a purpose, a meaning, and the character has to like be a good character. Otherwise, it's just like a game with a
A
story
ship
that
without a
no.
captain.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's a game that no one cares about the story, but people play it because it's a cool game.
A
Like,
ship without a captain is just drifting in the sea, not knowing where it's going. Got no
I
direction.
don't think we've even said it. So, like, the fundamental point is that I guess we can accept more of a broken story in a game, and it can even have like a game may even flat out have a bad story, and the only reason it has this leniency is because it's in the video game medium. So potentially, you could overlook a fundamentally bad story if it is tied to a good game.
Yes.
yeah. But then there are those games that are terrible in both aspects.
Which is the
The Last of
bigger
Us.
flaw.
Yeah,
But
it needs to have
then,
some redeeming qualities.
The Last of Us 2.
but
The
I
Last of
mean,
Us
no.
2, what about those classic lines like bigot sandwiches and um, many others that I can't remember?
I would even go so
God.
far as to say, like, because we're in the video game medium, you might even be more apprehensive to, like, let's say, like, yeah, like The Last of Us was like God's gift to writing. You might still be apprehensive if you're just sort of waiting to play a game. Like, the fact that it is in a video game might make you less likely to be receptive to a good story.
Yeah, because the thing is, apparently the series is very well written, and it was very well adapted to the series. But that's the thing. Like, if you take a game and you take all of the gameplay parts away and just leave the cutscenes, it's a freaking film by itself. So why is why are we necessary? We are nothing. We are just an excuse that studios have to create, like, to spend money and earn money, like, because why do so many people like The Last of Us, the story of The Last of
I
Us?
only care about the story.
Exactly.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's just a story.
Exactly. They only care about the story. Oh, the story is so sad. Oh, I cried in the end. Oh, blah blah blah. Okay, tell me about the gameplay. Uh,
Like,
well,
like
nothing.
Uncharted is the same thing because it's like this. If you don't care about the story, then there's nothing to separate it from other games. It's just the same as Tomb Raider Survivor. It's the same as the Last of Us. They're all the same. It's just the story is what's different.
Yeah, but not even the story is even that different. Someone dies, someone cries, someone goes after
Can you tell
another
me the story of
person
Uncharted?
for revenge.
You know what
Yeah,
happens? I know he
yeah.
can, but I
Nathan.
can Anna.
Oh,
Oh, no,
sorry.
no, no, I don't. I don't. I'm comparing, like, The Last of Us and the new era of Tomb Raider.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's like someone dies, someone cries, someone tries to save, like, the other person, and vengeance, and all that.
I don't know if
I
you can
mean,
have. Yeah.
I get it, because it's like it's things that people can identify, like I said, relatability, and that's why people like The Last of Us, because of the story. But the gameplay is like, well, you basically do the same thing for 6 hours between cutscenes.
I don't know if you can
There's
heavily criticize the stories like using ideas that have been done before because everything's been done before. It's very hard to come up with something
Oh yeah.
truly unique. But that's where the characters come in. You care about the
Hmm.
characters, and if you care about the characters and the stories somewhat interesting, then you can make something there. But yeah, the problem is when it's a video game, there should be a game aspect to it, and the problem is the game is not innovative. It's just the same old. You shoot something, you hide behind a box, and rinse and repeat throughout the entire thing. You climb on some things and jump around a bit. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Think we're
But
in the
yeah,
weeds a little bit here. It's like still on just narrative quality and games.
Mm.
Like it's like what is the ultimate point you're trying to make with this?
the ultimate point is the baseline of the story, and that's what I was trying to say. With the myth of the hero is the same throughout all of these games, but the
What?
characters change. So what makes like a game different from the other is the character build. You know, this character is different and has different motivations than that character.
Wait, what? No,
But
no,
the
narrative quality and games. How do they tie?
Well, the way it tells us the story and presents it to the player.
yeah,
Can it present the
Are
story
they
in a way that doesn't ruin the gameplay?
ex-
so that might
yeah, excellent
almost
point.
semi tie into pacing because I'm really trying to break down everything that's being said into inputs. So I have the initial point. We have the fact that the medium could actually make you not like a good story if it is
Hmm.
done poorly. Then
I mean,
the
but
story
yeah, pacing.
can.
Pacing is important because
Exactly.
you want to have time to process what's just happened so that you can absorb the the, the story. So
I
if
mean,
you're just constantly moving and everything's happening and you don't have any time to just stop and think, whoa, what was all that about? Then you're not going to absorb it.
or if you have cutscenes back to back to back to back. I remember, like for example, the review we did, like you had a Tomb Raider cutscene. You walked a few seconds, cutscene again. Like what the fuck? You don't even have the time to actual actually play the game. So uh
Mm.
it's pacing. Like you put cutscenes where they are necessary to advance the plot, but then you give a little freedom to the player to discover a few things and to actually get to know and grow with the character within the narrative, if
That's
I'm
that's what was good about old games is because you had so much less space. You could only have like a few cutscenes, so you'd have to make them count and have
hmm
and you'd have to really structure it and prioritize what information needs to be given to the player. And now it's just like, well, you got endless amounts of gigabytes of hard drive space. It's just like, well, we could just have a cutscene for everything, and it's just like it just it you get yeah overloaded. It's just there's too much
So
shit
there
going
is
on.
a balancing act of trying to make your narrative, I would say, make sense, but then not take priority over the game.
Yeah, don't overdo it.
yeah, let the player discover some things for themselves, you know. So you may still want to push a certain story or a certain ending, but you have to let the player at least have some freedom to to grow with the character, to learn a few things. Like for example, the comparing Tomb Raider 2013 to the very first Tomb Raider, you have few cutscenes in the first Tomb Raider, but they told a hell of a lot of story. Like just a little bit, like I said, Saint Francis Folly, when Lara discovers the trash that Pierre left, tying that to the cutscene in the office, and immediately like are like, okay, we are going to probably have an encounter with Pierre, and we do. So like those things like make the player more invested in the story and also feel like they are uh, involved in the story, and not just spectating like being in a movie theater.
So that's more interactivity. So conveying the story through the game is pretty unique just to this medium on its own. And it could
Yes.
potentially be more rewarding than just like say reading or watching it. Just be based on
Yes.
the fact that maybe you feel like you found something someone else did, or you had like a little encounter with a character that you didn't, or you just noticed something about the story just because of like a little mechanic or something like that.
Yeah, or a little detail. Yeah, exactly. So interactivity, of course, with a player is very important, even for the narrative, because it makes people more invested. Um, Otherwise, you're just like standing there watching cutscenes, and you don't care
So the
because you're not
issue
invested in the character.
so the issue then is that like the bigger budget titles just don't utilize this. So
Yeah.
we have the
Nope.
ability to do this, but then one can't entirely say that for the indie scene, but definitely for like the big budget scene,
Yeah, the
I would say
AAA
that.
games usually
Oh,
nowadays,
the
I
trick.
think they want to be games. They
They,
don't want to be games. They want to be films. They want to have a film inside a
mm,
game.
well,
And that's not.
they talk down to the player. They're like, well,
Yeah,
these idiots don't know anything, so we'll just have to explain everything to them. Like
also that.
it doesn't like give the player any credit to actually go and do it themselves. It just has to spoon feed the whole game to it. It's just like the game. You're not playing the game is playing you. It's like you have to go over there and do this now, and we'll put a marker on the map so you know where to go. We'll put arrows on the screen. Go and do this. This is glowing red. You have to interact with this. It's just like it doesn't give you any freedom. It's just like go and do
Exactly.
this, then go and do that. Watch this cutscene. Now go and do that. It's like that
Oh,
doesn't give you any freedom.
yeah. And if you don't do that, you cannot go further.
Yeah, you
Like
can't beat the game
you can't
unless
beat the
you
game. Like you
follow
can't
the yellow brick
advance.
road.
Yeah, exactly. You can't advance until you do what we tell you to do. Like it's always like hand holding the player, and that's insulting. I think that's what the real problem with AAA games. It's like they treat the player as a baby, and like but I think that I don't think that they do that on purpose. I think they do that because they spent so much money on talent, on voice acting, and like the 3D animations, and like they hire people to do, like, so they spend so much money on making those cutscenes that they have to find a way to make them like
I, d-
otherwise. Yeah.
I don't know. I think they are doing it on purpose though, because I think they they want to capture as wide audience as possible, and they're just going, well, we have to cater for all the idiots that won't be able to understand the story, so we just have to explain everything. That's like with films and TV programs nowadays,
Oh
they
yeah.
just they have to explain everything because it's like, well, we can't be obscure because then the dum dums won't understand what's going on. So we got to literally, talk to them like they're 5 years old.
You got one
Yeah.
example in mind you're thinking of?
Well, it's hard. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the last time I watched a new TV program. Now,
And where is this coming from?
should have just gave up.
And where is this
Um,
coming from?
I mean, for
um,
example, you have a film that explains nothing to you, like 2001 Space Odyssey, and you can interpret many things at the end of the film. And then you have films that resemble more of a documentary because there is a narrator and it has to spew every little thing to you. Like, I can't think of an example, but there are examples out there of films that, like, the narrator has to do, oh, now this is going to happen, or this happened because that character did something. It doesn't leave room to the imagination or for people to connect the dots, you know? It always has to be explanatory. It always has to explain everything. You don't leave room for people to think. And it's infantilizing in a way. But we've seen that throughout these last years, and not just in video games and in films and series. And yeah, that's what I think. And I mean, you look at Netflix. Look at all the bullshit they've been producing these last years, these last few years. You know, like
Even news segment like when they do an interview with like I don't know with someone like a politician or anybody like someone with who's an expert or something, they never get more than 5 minutes to talk to the person. They have to move on to the next segment because it's like, well, we don't want people to get bored, because they won't be able to hold their attention span for more than a couple of minutes. And it's just like you don't have enough time to get the information that you would like. It's just everything is just there's no one.
fast
Everything has
paced.
to be everything has to be bang bang bang. There's no time to absorb anything.
Yeah. And if people have to stop and think for a little bit, this is boring, and move on to the next thing, because I think that people are so used to being fed the information. Like, we live in an era that we have everything in the palms of our hands, like in our cell phones. We can Everything we want to know, it's is here. And I think that made people a little bit lazy, and that is maybe reflecting or in the games, or maybe the games made people, or where the media made people lazy. I don't know if it's like a
It's just a
if it one
reflection of
yeah,
modern
yeah,
society.
yeah, yeah. If it's a reflection on society, or if society is mimicking what's being fed to them. It's well, we are getting into a philosophical
Eh,
matter right now, but
But no, it's relevant because that is
is it?
why because that's why games these days are made to in that structure of cutscene, 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 something happening every 5 seconds. Like you don't have it doesn't just let you play the game and do it at your own pace. It's just like go there and do this now, go there and do that. It's like
oh,
everything is just constantly you're being told what to do.
yeah, I remember an example. Many people, and you like the Souls series, stats. So I've only played Elden Ring, but I haven't played the others. But many people complain about the Soul series because it doesn't have an easy difficulty, an easy mode, you know? And they've been asking, and Miyazaki's like, fuck you. I don't care. This is what I want to do, and this is what I'm going to do. If you want to do it, you do it. The thing is, you can make the game easier on yourself if you do some things. Like and this is especially true in Elden Ring, and I cannot speak of the other Souls games, but why does everything had has what I'm trying to say is not everything has to cater to everyone. You know what I mean? So they say that, oh, because the games are too difficult, so they don't cater to everyone, and not everyone wants to play a difficult game. So what? Not everything has to cater to everyone. You know what I mean? So that's I think it relates to what Simon is saying. So
Yeah,
maybe games today are uh, 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 tr-
they want to be too
being made,
inclusive.
yeah, being made this way to include like the most people, like to sell. I mean,
They want to sell
that's
it
the
to
main
more people.
reason.
That's
To
that
more people, yeah,
they're doing it on purpose for that. I
yeah,
believe for that reason to
yeah,
be more
yeah,
inclusive.
to
And
cater to more people. Yeah, yeah.
but that also alienates people that don't want that. They want something that appeals to them.
And that challenges them. For example, some people like challenges, but the fact that the Soul series does not have it doesn't have an easy mode, apparently, uh people get angry about it, and I don't know why. I mean, if you don't want to play the game, don't play it. Why are you complaining? Go play something else. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah, I think it's that. I think that uh, because they spend so much money, they have to cater to more people because they have to have the revenue, they have to have the sales, they have to have profit. Otherwise, they'll lose money. So yeah,
I'm just noting.
relatability to the gamer.
That's the thing. It's
Gamer.
like you can't include everybody. Like a chocolate bar, it does not is not inclusive for diabetics. Yeah, there's
Oh,
always going to be someone who's left out. That's
yeah.
just life. That's just life.
All I can take from this is that the ratio of story to gameplay might be skewed to story due to perceived profitability. That's all I can really extrapolate.
Yeah.
And even the gameplay, like I was saying, like
Yeah, the
the
ratio of
Souls game,
story
not
to gameplay might be skewed due to perceived profitability.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think is
Did
what
that
was
answer
said.
your question?
Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
Okay, Elden Ring could have a
What
good
was the
story,
question?
but the amount of crafting, you don't need. That's the thing,
What?
Beige. You don't even need to craft in Elden Ring. You just you don't even
Crafting?
need to craft.
The fuck is he
Yeah,
talking about?
crafting in Elden Ring. You don't even need to do that. You can buy things. You can find things on your own in
I
the
think I've
world.
ever used the crafting system in Elden Ring.
I've
I
only
just
used
played it
it
like
to
a
craft
Souls game.
to craft like the gold pickled feet, like the gold
Yeah, that's like
thing. Yeah.
circumstantial, but like it's not like a thing to thing use.
Yeah, exactly. So it was really rare that ever used a craft. Like you don't even need to
I think
craft
we'll just bring
a
Anna back
chocolate
on
bar.
for is Elden Ring good or not? I think that's a discussion she needs to have.
A chocolate bar is not inclusive to diabetes to diabetics.
To
Sandwich
Well,
Man
diabetes.
2024.
you can get chocolate bars with no sugar in them, and they
Yeah,
won't
you can.
appeal. They won't appeal to people who aren't diabetics necessarily. So that's
Because
why
they're
you
not
have,
sweet.
yeah, because you have different things that are inclusive to that have a target audience. So the more inclusive you try to be, the less people you're going to satisfy because you're
Oh
casting
yeah.
such a wide net, and you're not going to catch big fish. You're going to catch the dumb fish. I don't know.
You're
And
gonna catch everything, like even the trash that is in the ocean, like sharks and sardines and like everything. But you can't please everyone. There is no pleasing everyone. It's impossible. So, and that's why some games do so well, and they are to this day still played and still remembered as good games, because even though they have a niche market and a niche audience, but they are games that will be forever remembered as good games in terms of storytelling, in terms of gameplay, in terms of character building, in terms of yeah. And that's doesn't matter if you're a AAA studio or an indie producer. So
Still
and
noting.
I don't know what are we watching right now? Is this GTA?
Saints Row.
This is
It's
Saints
Oh,
Saints
Row.
Row.
Saints Row. Okay. The fuck, even GTA has a better story than the last one.
GTA 5 has a pretty decent story, to be fair.
GTA 5 is awesome.
And GTA 5, I think, is a good example of how it's done well because you still
Okay.
have the freedom to do whatever you want, um, and you can just ignore the story if you don't care about it. But if you do care about it, you can do more missions and stuff and more stuff around the characters to develop them.
So Beige is saying, I do think difficulty and or game design can be a detriment to the story, as in it will prevent people from even knowing it. Yeah, but if the game is fun, will you
Mm.
still play it? Like,
But
do
it
you
goes
know
back
the
to the
lore? Do
ratio.
you know? Yeah, exactly. So, do you know, or stuff like lore hidden in a room full of enemies? Okay, so, but if the game is fun, will you still like? We were talking about 90s games, Sonic, Crash Bandicoot, Mario. Like, you knew the base story, Mario had to save the princess. Okay, so but you played the game, it was a fun game. You didn't need to know every little thing about the lore, you know what I mean?
I mean, movies
um
and books tend to do that too. Like maybe it's like some shot in the movie might have like just like some interesting blocking that doesn't make sense or you don't really pay attention to, but then like on a rewatch, when you understand
yep.
like what the story is, you're like, oh hey, like they place this in this way
Oh.
specifically because of like this theme or something like that. And then like the books as well, like they might mention something and you just might take it at face value, but then if you like reread, understanding the story, you might catch some more things.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Like replayability. Like, even if you already know the story, if there are things that you missed, you can replay the game. And if it's a fun game, there's no issue with you replaying it because it's a fun game. But if it's a boring game and you didn't get the full story, you're like, oh, I'm not playing this fuck again. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm not. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, if it's a good game, you'll play it again. Uh,
I do.
that's it. Oh God.
What?
Many people just look up an ending cutscene on YouTube if they're stuck. Yeah, or and go to Google and like.
Yeah, there's
You'll just download a
just
save file.
sounds like a skill issue. You just need to get better.
Get good.
But some games are just bullshit, like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah,
Oh
Doesn't
sounds like
yeah,
a
FNAF.
explain
Yes,
sounds like a
anything.
that's right.
skill issue.
Doesn't explain anything.
Yeah, he did. The guy on
Well,
the
I
phone
didn't
did.
hear it. I didn't hear it because people were talking over it.
Skill issue.
Yeah, look, in my opinion, I find those games a little bit boring, but that's just my opinion. It has nothing to do with the story or the game itself. I just like eh, just
All right, let's get focused. So I have some notes that are in the narrative quality, the game story and ratio, the interactivity. 1, 2, 3, and just a little bit on assets based on the conversation. But we're still should be on narrative quality. And I
Look,
have nothing more to add than just the fact that we can accept more of a broken story because it is in a video game, just like by virtue of its medium, which might cause people to overlook fundamentally bad stories.
I mean, because it's not a main point. Maybe.
Yeah, let's really try to get into like narrative quality in games.
Like, yeah,
So
but narrative quality, maybe the narrative is not like, because it's not the most important point, it doesn't matter that much.
which
That's
is
that's my
the
my
point we
thought.
have on there, but like can
Yeah.
that does not necessarily mean like the story can't be good. It's just the fact that they can get away with more.
Oh yeah, definitely can be good, and it definitely can be improved with the game audio, ambience, audio effects, music, like everything. Like the narrative is tied to several points, so the quality will depend on all of those points combined. That's what I think. That's why we can't explain if the quality of the narrative will influence the game. Yes, it will, depending on all the other points, because all the other points contribute to the narrative. If I'm like the ambience, like I've reaffirming, like
Take
ambience,
this
sound quality.
game
Yeah.
right here. take the Saints Row, the one you're watching, and let's just say the game is absolute doo doo. Like it just runs like shit, plays like shit. It's fucking bad. People don't die when you shoot. In fact, when you shoot them, you lose $5 in your bank account for every person you kill.
Okay.
And it's bordering on bad, but all the cutscenes play out exactly the same when you hit the same points, because that's really how this game is conveying
Doesn't matter.
its story.
Doesn't matter
So
because
does
it's a
this
bad
affect
game.
the narrative? Does this affect the narrative quality?
It doesn't affect the narrative quality, but it affects the game. The game. If the game sucks, it doesn't matter if it has
Yeah, that's not the
an
question I'm
amazing
asking
story.
though. I'm just asking about the narrative quality.
But
I'm not
I'm
asking about the
confused.
game, just the
I'm
narrative quality.
confused.
Why are you confused? I'm asking, does that affect the narrative quality? The narrative quality. That's it. There's nothing to be confused about.
I think if the cutscenes is the same, then no.
Yeah, all this happening right here that you're watching, like this is the story. Everything else was the game. Like they're pretty
Yeah.
separated.
I think the story there should be cutscenes to tell the story. It shouldn't. Because I won't read stuff. I can't read. I just can't read in a game.
As I could say,
So
at worst, a bad game can ruin some other in-game storytelling elements, maybe?
Yeah.
Elements. At best, the story and game are segregated. So the bad game won't kill the narrative.
yeah,
That's really the layman's terms I can put it.
But if it's a but let's think of it this way. It has a great story,
Okay.
but the game sucks.
Hmm.
It's a video game.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter if the story is good.
No, but I can still say the story's good.
Yeah, but doesn't matter.
but the
Because
story
it's
What do
a
you
can
bad
still
mean?
be
game.
good.
But all I'm talking
This-
about is the story. That's literally it. I'm
Yeah,
isolating
but
the narrative
yeah, but
quality. The
but
narrative quality.
quality within a game, right?
No, the narrative quality. That's it. That's where it
within a game.
stops. That's where it stops. Narrative
No,
quality.
but it can't. No, but it
No, no,
can't stop. It has to be related to something.
no, no. But
You're not talking about the narrative quality of a
I
film,
am.
of a
I'm talking
book,
about the narrative
of
quality of the
a
game. And I'm
yeah,
saying
of the game.
yeah, so at worst, the bad game might ruin some of like the other smaller details that we talked about. Like the bad game might ruin like the little subtle storytelling elements that it might try to be integrating if the game is truly bad. Like that would be minus points. But at best, if it's like segregated, like if the game only used cutscenes and then the game was just isolated from that, then no, the bad game wouldn't touch the narrative quality. It just would kill your interest to experience the story, but the story itself isn't affected. The story
Yeah,
is just a story.
if you could
but
go
it
on
doesn't
YouTube
matter because
and
you
watch.
buy a game to play. You don't buy a game to watch cutscenes.
Yeah, but
That's
I'm
what
talking about narrative.
saying.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm just talking about the narrative quality, though. Like the bad game
Yeah.
wouldn't, in that
I-
instance, affect the narrative's quality. It would just the story
Like
would be good, the game would be bad.
you could like go onto YouTube and just watch all the cutscenes, and you could get the narrative from there, and it could be a good narrative.
If you're like,
And you
man,
don't
I
even
really
need
want
to
to
buy the
know
game.
Five Nights at Man, I really hate playing Five Nights at Freddy's. I just want to know what happens, and you just like watch it. Or
You could just watch
Same
someone else play it, watch them suffer, and then get the
Yeah,
story
exactly.
as they're doing it.
man, I really
So
like the story to Bubsy 3D. I just fucking hate playing it, so I guess I'll just watch all the
Okay, so explain what's the story of Bubsy 3D?
Bubsy the mascot cat is, I think he's auditioning for the Ku Klux Klan. He's gonna pass it, but he doesn't quite. So he has to go on this adventure, and they give him a bunch of mushrooms, and that's why the game really sucks. Like he's just pretty much like on high octane drugs. But by the end of it, like he gets his hood, he goes to South Central LA, and he is immediately shot. It's not even close. He's just done. It was a wild story.
To the knees, to the knees.
It was a gangster. It was a gangster movie for the ages.
Oh yeah, what's your opinions on text logs versus audio logs? Ah.
Text logs and audio logs, they achieve the same thing. It's just one, you can actually keep playing the game. Like
Mhm.
one is less
Yeah.
harmful to the pacing of the game in
Yeah.
terms of like you can actually keep trying to do what you do or do what you want to do while playing. But then the trade-off is that because you're doing something else, you might just not be paying attention versus if you were just reading something and actually just sitting down reading it as your character would if they found a note and you were actually
Mm.
absorbing all the information. So one has the potential for you to just sort of you might miss something, but it is less harmful to the pacing. The other one's more harmful to the pacing, but you're more likely to just intake all the information.
It also has to do with immersion, right? Because like
Yeah,
if a
maybe you're going for
game
that vibe. I
yeah,
agree.
if a game doesn't have a lot of cutscenes, you do have to rely on those logs
Like if the audio
to
log wouldn't make
try to
sense, like you're not gonna find the like the fucking
yeah.
recording diary of Joe Patches in the fucking like in like the 1910s if your game took place for some reason. That was like the whole
Mhm.
BioShock Infinite thing. Like, why am I finding a bunch of audio recordings when it's like fucking 1915 and this is really impractical? Why not notes?
Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. Well, but
But
that has to
the
do with
trade-off is like I like the audio, but then even though it's bad
hmm.
for the story, I would opt to choose that because yeah, it's less harmful to the pacing. I can just keep playing the game. Story-wise, nope, no sense. But
Okay.
gameplay-wise, okay, that's actually like a good point. There are some
Yeah,
times
yeah.
where like you're just at odds and you're gonna have to make a decision on like, do I want to harm the story or do I want to harm the game? So
Yeah,
that's a good point to actually bring up.
that's a
So I need
good
to note
point.
that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I would absolutely choose the audio log because like I don't want to just sit there. But at the same time, no, it doesn't make sense.
Well, it depends on the
That's
like
bad for the
the
story.
type of the type of story being told. Like you said, if it's a 1915 story, you don't have audio logs. You'd find notes. But if it's like a futuristic um, game in the year 2750, maybe audio logs would be like the most common thing to use. Like it also depends on the story, the temporal and the situational space time of the story. Am I
I
making
think
myself
the story
Yeah.
shouldn't rely on the notes, though. Anything that's important to the
oh
story should be told in the way that you can't miss, that you wouldn't miss it unless you're, skipping it because
uh
you're pressing a button to skip a cutscene because you've already seen it
well
or you're not
Mm,
interested.
I
I
mean
think
mm,
the notes should be extra stuff that you want to seek out to find out more.
um
it doesn't. No, I would push back on that. Like if it
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
make like
I'm too. I will too.
I can't read.
that's just you not liking to read then. But then I
If
would
I wanna
say it's the job of the writer at that point to solve it. Like if you are coming up to
Mm.
that issue, then and you know it doesn't make sense and you want to find a smooth option, that's pretty much the writer's job is to say, well, I want to have the effect of an audio log, but I can't use them. So I have to find something else. And then like that's just your
Mm.
job to make it so like you're not fighting against the narrative and the game at the same time. Which that's a
Well,
hard one to solve, honestly.
yeah, exactly. Because like
No,
I hate to
Bioshock,
bring it
yeah.
up again. Yeah, I hate to bring it up again, but
Elden
Elden
Ring?
Ring tells you nothing besides the freaking first cutscene, and of
Like the
course you
game,
have
I was just like
the
Elden Ring.
boss's cutscenes, you know. But it tells you nothing. You have to be super attentive to detail to try and figure out, and you still don't get the full picture. You still don't, because it's a Miyazaki game. I mean, like, fuck, for fuck's sake. That's why people like invent like 100 theories on YouTube about one single item in game, you know. So, but that's what keeps the game going. That's what keeps the interests going, you know. And you can interpret things in very different ways. And yeah, I think it's a cool game because it gives you total freedom. That's why I love Breath of the Wild. You could complete the game in any way you wanted, and you were not you're restrained by. Okay, yeah, you had an objective, of course. Every game has a final objective, but you could go about it like in different ways. You could skip the tutorial part. You could skip the four beasts and go directly to Ganondorf and just try to kill them. You know what I'm saying? But it gives you the freedom to do what you want to do.
So
So
to put
But if
it
that,
into just input terms, I guess we're going to say I might even like relate to like the last point. We're like, the game can potentially just allow for complete narrative disassociation
yeah, if you want to. Yeah.
if the player chooses, harming their overall experience with the story. However, if it is forced, it could also potentially harm
Yeah, exactly.
potentially harm their experience, not with the story. Well, yeah, with the story, with the game,
Yeah, with the
but
story too, but the gameplay as well.
experience
Exactly.
with the game
Like you
and
feel like
story.
you're being yeah, you're being guided,
Okay.
like now you go this way, now you get that way. Like Simon said, now you get that arrow pointing to that thing. Now pick up that thing. Now go talk to that NPC. Now you get to do that side quest. Like that's just so
I mean, the arrow is like not
boring.
really annoying to me in like certain aspects. Like Skyrim, for example, will obviously
Mm.
like I will talk to a person, they'll give me an arrow, and then I can just sort of do whatever I want in between. So I choose, and I'll just sort of get there when I get there.
yeah,
That's a
I
Yeah,
mean,
different
it's
exactly.
scenario than like
just
the
saying,
only thing I have to do in this linear game is to go to the arrow. Obviously, the only
Okay.
place I would go is to the arrow. So why are you showing me the arrow in the first place? Type
yeah,
deal.
because it can be handled in a better way. You just say, right, this is where you need to go. I'll mark it on your map. You just go there in your own time, figure out how,
Yep. Yep.
you
Yep.
know,
Yep.
not just
Exactly.
saying, right, you have to go there. So there's all this foliage that stops you from going outside
No.
this path. So you have to follow this path and go there, and there's nothing else you can do about it. You just doing tough shit.
You have an example in your review of the 2013, that part where you could not progress because the wind wouldn't let you, remember? Because you didn't do exactly what the game told you to do and kill every single enemy because
Uh,
it wouldn't let you progress otherwise. So that's the thing. It can give you an objective and you can go about it the way you want to. That's good gameplay and good, like, and it could give you a little bits of story along
so
the way.
sometimes the story might make a gameplay scenario feel contrived.
Yeah,
Yes.
so the better way to do it would be an example in Resident Evil 1. You can choose to help Barry and Chris, and if you don't help them, the game still progresses. It just means you get a different ending and different cutscenes. So that that's much better because it's giving you the option. Hey, if you want to help these people, you can do that, or you can just say fuck them and then just move on, and the game will be affected based on your choices.
But you won't be locked, right?
No, you can still complete the game.
You can still complete the game, exactly,
Yeah,
but you
you
went
just
about
won't
it
have
your own
just you
way.
just let your friends die.
It's just like everyone dies. I'm the only one that lives. I'm a survivor.
And then you
But
want to replay the game, just like, oh shit, let me try
Oh
that
shit,
again
yeah. I
and
fucked
try
it all.
and try to get a better ending, you know? And
oh,
I could never
okay.
get the best ending because I couldn't find the MO disc, the third one.
Mm.
No, I found the disc, but not the reader, because it's like hidden on a fixed camera angle that's not obvious.
Oh, I don't remember if I did.
Yeah, you did. You
Oh, you did.
rescued Chris
Oh yeah, I rescued Chris. Yeah,
and Barry.
and Barry. Yeah,
Did she?
I rescued both.
You got the
Yeah,
best ending.
Did she?
I rescued both of them.
Yep.
Did she?
Yep.
Oh, Bubsy. Wait, what
I
was
know
that?
because
Don't
I
say it out
watched it
loud.
yesterday.
You watched it yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my word!
Sweet corn. What is that?
Don't spoil it for the audience.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I've not played that to completion anyway, so I don't know what
I
it is.
don't. Yeah, I don't even. I haven't played that game either, too. So.
Played it a little bit. I know my friend had it back when we had N64s, and
back in the old days.
back in the
The
day
old.
when you had to go around your friend's house to play with them.
Exactly, because you were too poor to have any consoles
Well,
of your own.
because no one had the internet, or the internet wasn't fast enough to have
Yeah.
online video conferencing.
We all know Zelda Wand of Gamelon is peak game storytelling. Haven't played it.
We did a race war of that game, and it was a trip.
Oh, how does character commentary on the environment? Yeah, we are getting there.
Oh
We were
dear.
talking about the environment. Yeah, like checking a bloodied wall or a coffee table. And RE. Yeah, we are getting there. Like the environment, music, sound effect, like all of those little things that make a game because it's not just still images or
I think that's handling it well. Like, say you're lost somewhere, and like the character will they might just glance if you're walking, and that's just like a subtle thing. But then there's also just like
Mm,
your character is walking, and they're like, man, that water over there sure looks mighty tasty right now. I should go over. And like they'll just like fucking tell you, like, go
exactly.
here, and it's like, yeah, this was done better.
That's the point I was trying to make
Mm.
10 minutes ago. Like, you don't have to explain everything to, like you said, telegraphing. Like you're walking and that Lara glances up or glances to and you know that, oh, maybe there's something there. Instead, oh, that cloth looks flammable.
Yeah, like just shit like that.
Ah,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
example like Half-Life 2, you get to a barrier and you can't progress. And the way to progress is you have to unplug the power cable. So what do? You look around and you see the pylons where the power cables are running, and you follow them all the way back to where it's plugged in, and you unplug it. And in a modern game, they would just tell you.
All right. I think they're captivated by the talking hay. Game was a trip. But anyway, I got characters can telegraph important story items gracefully and also telegraph things to an annoying degree. And I just marked that under assets.
Good.
Because I just sort of listed off that games could utilize like the characters, skill trees, items, player chemistry, design environments, cutscenes, and player interactivity to tell its narrative as its toolkit. And it can result in a rewarding narrative experience for perceptive players if all elements are actually utilized. Y'all alive? What's happening?
Oh,
Sorry,
I think
I was on a call.
What?
Anna was just updating the people in Norwegia.
What?
No, I was just talking to my husband. He's in Frankfurt.
Well,
He's going to sleep.
my word. Any
My
other?
word.
My word. So yeah, we actually got a lot of things for narrative quality. So to re-summarize, we can accept more of a broken story in a game. A bad story may have more leniency because of the medium. Because of this, people may overlook a fundamentally bad story. It is tied to a good game. The story can be good, but the game's quality will affect the story's perception. At worst, a bad game could ruin some other in-game storytelling elements. At best, a story and a game are segregated so much that the bad game won't kill the narrative. Sometimes the gameplay needs, or sometimes the gameplay's needs can go against what would make contextual sense in a story. And then the example was the audio logs. The game can potentially just allow for a complete narrative disassociation if the player chooses, overall harming their consumption of the story. However, forcing it can also harm their perception. Sometimes a story requirement can make a gameplay scenario feel contrived. Example, a character not being able to proceed due to foliage or something minor. But games can bypass this, but it is a trend of AAA games. That is what I have so far for narrative quality.
Yes.
Good.
I agree. I mean, I don't think
Anything more, or want to head on to pacing?
what else? Yeah, what else could influence
narrative
good
quality?
narrative besides good writers? I mean,
Yeah, what's your overall
that's
opinion? Like, just like as a whole, disassociating the game. Like, how do you feel like the writing quality is for just video games in general? Like, is this stuff well written?
Not these days.
I mean,
yeah, definitely like a period of like simplicity. Like in the old days, we just had like really basic. The narrative is just like the catalyst for you to go do this.
Exactly.
Like, man, your kangaroos kidnapped, go save them or some shit. Then you have to go do it, and then it's just. I think Gens 5 and 6 definitely added more, and like we were trying more of a story and integrating stuff. Like Killer 7's a really interesting, just type telling story. What else did we do?
I think the problem came with also the political spectrum of intersectionalism and inclusivity, and every game has to appeal to everybody, everyone, and it has to be inclusive.
Yeah, that's
it
like a
has to
new
be
problem.
all of that. Yeah, but it also affects the narrative because it just makes everything bland, makes every character bland, like a plank of wood. Like it does. They try to make the characters so relatable that they lose every single quality that could make them unique. You know, and they sacrifice that to have a story to appeal to everyone. Like, that's why so many people liked The Last of Us, because of the story. Because oh my god, everyone could relate to Ellie and falling in love and losing a loved one, and like, you know, it's like I don't know. I don't know. I think that as we try to write better for games, I think that we try to make them or turn them into something that they are not. They are not films. They are games. So the most important thing is gameplay. The narrative is just a catalyst. It's just something that will propel the story and the events and the gameplay.
And I would push back on that a little bit. Like you can, like with the Silent Hills, you can intertwine these things very well, very compellingly.
Yep.
It's just no one has really bothered to expand on that. They seem really content on the story has to go this way.
Exactly.
And it will go my way versus
because
thinking about
easier.
what if the player does this, how I think if I would have to do it, I think the strongest way you should do it, or like a way you should tend to try, is write the characters, or like write a character and not your story. That way you can slide these characters into any scenario and just understand like how they react. So you can
Yeah.
like sort of get like a skeleton of a story, and then maybe you have like just fucking Tammy or some shit. And Tammy has a life. She's from Ohio, you know, she's got all her fucking personality kinks, and then you can tie this character into, maybe if I'm an asshole to Tammy, we know how Tammy's gonna react. And if I'm nice to Tammy, this is what Tammy does. And then you can play out your story in like a action reaction type of way.
Yeah, but I think that it all comes down to what we were saying in the beginning. Because it's easier. It's easier to
Yeah.
to create a basic story that everyone can relate to, and
Well,
they
yeah,
do
I
this
agree with that.
because but
I'm
they
just
do
saying that
this
you
because
can try.
the main goal is to sell. That's it. Because they spend so much money. Like, how does how much did like this last God of War cost?
Oh,
How
we're
much?
looking up God of War. All right, let's see. So God of War 4? Or is
Yeah, I
there
think
one
it
after
was
God of
4.
War 4?
I don't. No, I don't know. I'm talking about the one that he's old and he has a kid and the fuck, no one cares. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
The
I don't care
boy.
if you have a son, Kratos. I cared that you were a cool character that could kill fucking like. I loved playing God of War. This last one, oh, because they made it and like they made a whole narrative, and then now he's old and now he has to protect his kid. Like, why? 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 Why?
Well, I
God of
mean,
But
War
for
yeah.
video
example,
game. I'm trying to really
Oh,
track down
probably
this budget.
300 million or something ridiculous like that, says Green Eyed Gaming.
I
Yeah,
really
yeah.
cannot find it, and it's kind of bizarre. Hold on.
Wait, really?
God of War budget. Come on.
It wasn't it Ragnarok? Yeah, Ragnarok.
Just tell me. Tell me the budget.
Oh, it
Nope.
says God of War Ragnarok costed 200 million to make. Almost five times the amount of God of War 3.
Oof.
God fucking damn.
I would really like to know like how much of that is just like hiring the voice talent and paying
Exactly.
them.
The voice talent. Like,
this-
can you imagine how much money could it been diverted to gameplay alone? But no,
That's
you
why I'm all
have to
for
have
AI,
like,
baby. You just cut them out.
So things have become more difficult for game developer. 2010 God of War 3, an extremely expensive game, costed 44 million to make. Modern player. And then God of War Ragnarok can cost around 200 million. 200 million. And at the other end of the scale, independent developers are coming out with better games on smaller budgets, meaning getting noticed is harder. Like, yeah, like how much did Sekiro cost? And it's a fucking amazing game. I haven't played, but it's a fucking amazing game. Game.
Oh, all right, we're in the
Budget.
middle of a little change here. We'll see where the whole AI revolution goes, but that's definitely gonna cut a lot of costs. I'm looking forward to it.
yep, just hire one person, they can
Yep.
do all the lines.
So it
A
just
lot
says
of
that it
costs are
made
gonna be
five.
cut.
Oh dear.
What?
Not ooh. It made a gross revenue of 500 million. Sekiro. Goddamn. But we can like, okay, a game with no story, and it's the highest selling game of all time.
What is the highest selling game of all time?
Minecraft.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Minecraft has no game.
It's
has
just
no
Legos, honestly.
story.
That guy was
Has
smart.
no story.
People love Legos.
You can create because
Yeah,
you know
but
what?
it's a sandbox game though. That's the idea.
You know what? You know why? Because you can create your own story.
But that's
You
the
have
same with any
all the
sandbox
freedom.
game.
You
that's
have
the same
all the
with
freedom. You can build, you can have a story because it has a story, it has an end, it has an objective. You have to kill the dragon at the end. Okay, but it doesn't end there, the story. But it has everything you can ask of a video game. Okay, many people don't like it, but it doesn't have a narrative. It doesn't have a narrative. Of course,
that's
there is a lore. There is a lore, and there are a lot of theories around Minecraft and around the Enderman, around like the end, the dragon, how to like the piglins, the Nether, like all of those things. But it does not have a narrative. Still the best. Like it sold like 100 million I like I have to I have best selling games of all time.
I mean, that's the same with most sandbox games like The Sims or SimCity or something where you can build your own story. It's just like build your own game at that point.
So it's amazing that
Man, relax.
no I'm going to say the five most sold games of all time, and you're going to tell me how many of these have a story. First one is Minecraft with 300 million sales copies. Jesus Christ. Then Grand Theft Auto 5 with 190.
Yeah, I believe
It
that.
has a
Tetris
story.
Tetris with a 100 million, Wii Sports
Hmm.
82 million, and PUBG Battleground 75 million. So of
Yeah.
all these five, only two have storytelling.
Yeah, but now
Because
we're
Tetris,
veering on to like if like I'm not really concerned like if the game is successful because of a story. Like that's like its own thing.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just more like trying to explore like the actual stories themselves
I
in
know,
games.
but it's curious, right? It's curious that the most sold games of all
Not really.
time.
It just makes sense.
It's curious to this conversation, because and then you have Mario Kart. No story. Super Mario Brothers. Okay, that makes sense. It has a story. Then Red Dead
Not really.
Redemption,
Save the
Overwatch.
princess. That's about it.
Yeah, but it at least has a narrative. Minecraft has no narrative. Tetris has no narrative. Wii Sports has no narrative. So yeah, that's the thing. Um,
That really just falls
that's
into like the
curious.
first point, and like either a bad or no narrative will just be accepted because the game is good.
Yeah, exactly. So, um, so can a narrative destroy a game? For
No.
sure. Yeah, a bad narrative can destroy a good game.
Yeah, the narrative and game would have to be pretty damn intertwined for that to be the case. Versus if they're more segregated, then it's just you don't care. Because like the game is just too independent from the narrative.
So, what about, for example, the new iteration of Lara? Do you think that the game is independent of the
If the
story,
game was
the
good, then
narrative?
I would be way less apprehensive. I would still kind of just hate the character, but I would be like, at least the game was fun. And the only recent
Yeah.
example I can think of that is like Borderlands 3 is like probably like the only modern game I can think of to where like the gunplay and all that is like really fun, but fuck, I hate these characters in the story. Like I just don't like them. But it's like a really conflicting emotion because like I want to hate this game because I don't like you, but no, the game is actually pretty fun, so I'll just try to ignore it to the best of my ability. So
Will
then
you
I just like,
replay it?
if I could play with friends and just skip all the story, then yeah, sure. But I just
Exactly.
really, really hate this. But it doesn't make me like, yeah, I'm definitely it'll affect it, but only to the degree in which like the game and the story are intertwined. Like if it was like a
Yeah.
walk and talk or some shit like that, then oh god, no. I couldn't. Like if Silent Hill Shattered Memories had like a really bad narrative, then I probably couldn't stomach it versus if it did have a good one. But then like
I mean, but that's
Borderlands,
the thing.
I don't care. It's just I can split up the shooting and the story enough. You can ignore it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, and you said it yourself. They with Shattered Memories. they kind of sacrifice gameplay a little bit for the sake of the story, but the story is really good, so it makes you like want to play the game because both of them complement each other.
In
You
that
couldn't have,
instance, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, like, if I enjoyed playing Silent Hill 2 and just wanted to look at the creepy stuff, but I didn't really care about the story, I would probably still choose to play Silent Hill 2, even if the story was really
Okay.
badly written. It just, yeah, this is like going back, just like what genre are we talking about? Which is why I have like a whole
Yeah,
tier list.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like I think it depends on the story, basically. The genre, the type, yeah.
And that'll pretty much be my answer.
I don't know, I think if there's a character you really cared about and that character dies, then that could potentially ruin the game, even though the game itself is not bad, gameplay-wise.
Wait,
Sorry.
what?
Well, I can't really use Joel as an example because the gameplay is not good in that one. But if the gameplay was good and a character that you were really attached to died, then that could spoil the game for you, potentially.
Jonah.
Jonah is
Yeah.
just. We need to save Jonah. We need a save Jonah campaign.
Free
Poor
Jonah.
man. Poor man.
Simping all the way through. Like, God, Jesus.
Who knew you could be a chef and a mountain climber?
Oh, he does it all, man. I think he's an inspiration.
Multitask. Lilo.
Oh, that Billy Mitchell documentary is really good. Come in.
Hold on, I gotta stop them from peering behind the glass and spoiling.
Well, you're not going to
Hot
play the
take.
Billy Mitchell video,
I
are you?
don't really like Conquer Bad for what I can't.
Yeah, that's
Conquer's Bad
fine.
Fur Day.
You don't have to like Conquer's Bad for a Day. It's fine.
Yeah, it's if you say you don't like RE4, that's when it's going to get kicking off around here.
Well, I haven't played RE4 yet, but
Play the original. Don't bother with the remake.
I think I only have the remake. That's the only one on Steam, right?
No. The original's on Steam. And you definitely didn't. I don't think you bought it.
I have.
Because you bought them before 4 came out, the remake. So you probably would have bought the original 4.
Oh, let me check.
I can almost guarantee you have the original.
Okay, cool.
I believe you do. And you don't need the remake because the original is superior.
I can't believe you literally forgot like Majora's Mask, like the one where like the literal gameplay mechanics will allow you to explore narrative threads that just otherwise won't work in like other
I
mediums.
didn't forget it. I just don't like it.
Resident Evil 4 2005.
Say goodbye to Sandwich Man, everybody. He's gonna be leaving us very
But
shortly.
I have played the game.
Say goodbye to Sandwich Man, everybody. He's gonna be leaving us pretty shortly.
I just can't deal with the time system.
God, am I missing out on Majora's Mask?
Yes.
But you have a time limit.
No, you are a
I
fucking
hate it.
god of time. It is literally like 3.5 hours to do a thing. He just has a skill issue. It is fine.
It makes me anxious the fact that you got that.
There's
clock
so
on
much.
screen.
There's so much time. The map is so small. It's just.
I agree.
No, but every time
There's
time
literal
resets,
save
you have to
points.
do stuff.
It's no. The resets aren't that harsh. What the fuck are you on about?
It's like the last minutes of Resident
No.
Evil 1 or the last minutes of Hades. Like, I hate timers. It make me They
So
made
it's
me
like,
nervous.
I can give you an example.
Okay.
In the Goron dungeon.
Game.
I got stuck because I
Okay.
missed something, and I had to redo the whole dungeon because I ran out of time.
When did you start the dungeon?
I started it on like day 2.
There's your issue. Yeah, like so before a dungeon opens, they will give you like a little statue that you can warp back to. So the common practice for people who want like the max time is they'll open up a dungeon, then they'll just rewind time back to the very first day and then just warp back to the dungeon and start from day one. It's like that's on him for not doing that. Like he didn't give
No,
himself the
but
max time.
it still doesn't take away the anxiety of what if I
It's
ran
still
out of
your
time.
No, oh no. And then
Anxiety.
nope, and then halfway through the dungeon, it is designed so once you find the dungeon item, you can shortcut through the first part of the dungeon. So in his example, it was fire arrows. Once he got the arrows, he doesn't have to redo the whole dungeon. There are like shortcuts that'll just let you bypass to like the halfway point. So that's just him not paying attention.
It just makes me anxious.
That
Always
okay,
the time
then
limit
I
always
accept
going
that. That's fine. But the game is designed to take these things into account. Like it's not as bad as you're making it out to be.
But that's how it makes me feel. That's why it makes me not want to play it, because it's
Yeah,
just
like I said,
word.
yeah.
I don't
I
want
agree with Simon. I hate
What
timers.
it's like
They
a
make-
3. You don't even like you could just
They make
even
me
like ignore it.
nervous.
No, I can't ignore it because
Yes, you
it
can.
goes every day. No, because the day transitions, it goes bing bing.
Yeah.
It's nighttime now. You only got another 72 hours left. It's like
72 hours is
Well-
what you start with.
you know what I mean. You got this many hours left now, and it's just like it keeps counting down. It's just like fucking hell.
You're
like,
a
if I
god.
don't-
Who cares? Then you just like.
I don't
So
like it.
no, we're talking to the man who's willing to replay the fucking Last of Us 2. I don't want to fucking hear it. He's willing to sit through all this fucking shit. He's willing to take resets in other games, but heaven forbid he has to redo a little bit of a good game and like shortcut through it. Heaven forbid. He has the world record in the fucking Last
no
of Us.
time limit. No time limit on The Last of Us.
No.
Jesus Christ.
I don't want to hear it. No.
There's no time limit on that game.
You're
You can play
right.
at
And you
your own
play the
pace.
second one.
Oh.
Yeah, no time limit.
Voluntarily.
No time limit. There's
Voluntarily.
no time limit
Oh
on that
my
game. You
word.
can play it at your own pace. You don't have to worry about getting booted out of the game because you took too long.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. I just, nope. I can't even take this seriously. Like, the game is just so generous with just. It's really generous. It's just, yeah, don't let that
It's just like I have to learn how to play it,
or
basically.
bother you.
I have beaten it, but
Well, then what the fuck?
Exactly. Like, what?
But it was just like a cloud that was always hanging over my head. It's like the time you have a limited amount of time, and
You gotta think of it as like a resource management game. It could be like, oh, it's this time I can do this. It's this time I can do this, and it's like one of the games like those Haiti like games. Like the more you understand it, the more you can just like try to optimize it because like quests are dependent on time, and you can start
Haiti has
going
no
like,
time limit.
if it's this time I could be here. If it's this time I could be here, and you can just like start.
No time limit on Haiti.
Yeah,
Spend
it's
many as long
good.
as you
Good
like.
little game. Good little game there. Good little resource management where time is a resource.
If you could just get rid of that time limit,
Then it
the
wouldn't
game would be
work.
fine.
You fuck. It doesn't work without the time. Oh.
Needs a time limit.
Just use the
Oh,
fourth
God.
day glitch then. Get rid of, you can get rid of the time. You can go to day 4.
Oh.
Nothing
Wow.
works. You look at the telescope right before the moon falls, and then the clock's gone. He's on the 4th day, but like everything's broken because you're on day 4.
But the game still works? But
Yeah, you can like run
still-
around and look around and shit. It's
okay.
just there's no more clock. It's over.
Oh. Okay, I get it.
It's can't. It's too
Oh
difficult.
my god.
It's too difficult. My god. Jesus Christ.
And allow for dynamic. How do I say that? Mechanics can allow for dynamic story telling. The example being, I guess, Majora's Mask. Allowing for time travel to follow different narrative threads. Yeah, games can do some cool shit. It's just we don't fucking do it often. And it's stupid. I mean, I got a lot of input, but how are we feeling? Any other... We still haven't really moved on to, like, the story ratio and pacing or player interactivity.
What? Pacing? Yeah, we've talked about it. We like the like it has to have a good pacing between um cutscenes, storytelling, and gameplay. So if there are too many cutscenes, the player may feel like they're not playing the game. Like,
Like
so
RE2 has good pacing. You have to do quite a lot, and then you get a cutscene. You do another chunk, another cutscene. It's nicely paced. You get sense of the story, but you're not overwhelmed.
Basically, you're just playing a video game, and then by the time you're just kind of like, you might start getting bored, or you might start being like, I just need a little something to keep me going. Then like the story comes in, just to affirm that you're, hey, you're doing the right thing. Take a little break.
giving a
Okay,
little
get
push.
back in.
Yeah, giving you a little push, like, or making the plot advance, but not in a like. It's artificial, but it doesn't feel artificial because it's spaced out just enough, you know. Unlike modern games that need the cutscenes to advance the game, if you know what I mean. So if we can separate gameplay and storytelling, a good game is good even without like the cutscenes and all of that, because it still can maybe tell the story without the cutscenes. But then there are games that without the cutscenes you have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Like
So
Elden Ring.
no, what the fuck? Elden Ring doesn't have cutscenes. It has one cutscene
Little
in the
boss
beginning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
the bosses, but you can play for hours without a cutscene.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
what I'm
play for
saying. It has no
hours.
cutscenes.
Yeah,
I have no
exactly.
idea what's going on.
But
That's
that's
what.
the joy in it. You have to figure it out for
I
yourself.
don't want to figure it out. I just want. I just want to
Yeah,
play co-op.
but then you have like a 2013 Tomb Raider that you just walk and talk. You just
Yeah.
push the you just push the stick forward, and you get another cutscene. And
$100
then
million.
Lara cries, and then you shoot some people, and then Lara cries again, and then you shoot more people, and then there's another cutscene, and 5 seconds later you get another cutscene. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, am I playing a game or am I watching a film? Like, there has to be a balance so that the player feels like they're actually playing a game, but they're also being called to the narrative, so they are being immersed in the character, in the story, you know when, did I find yeah, like a balance. Yeah, it has to be balanced, so the cutscenes are necessary only if the gameplay cannot further the plot forward, or further the plot. Why did I? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So
Or to
I'll
com-
just add
or to
to
complement.
So let's recap on like the notes I have on pacing. The medium may actually make you apprehensive to sitting through a story that's well written if it's not conveyed in a manner to which the player can personally tolerate, and that's going to be a different level for everybody. A lot of games, as their budget increases, adopt intrusive pacing habits, which may make players apprehensive towards the story. There's a balancing act of trying to make your narrative make sense but not take priority over the game. But the game has many tools to interweave the storytelling and the gameplay. Ratio of story to gameplay may be skewed to story due to perceived profitability, but the positive balance is when the game story is spaced out enough to allow the player to play the game and comes in when they might feel bored or stuck, or just to affirm that they are going to make progress.
Yes.
Most
Or
modern
yeah.
games will tend to brute force story to advanced game.
Yes.
That's what I got so far.
Yes.
And then on the instance of player interactivity, I have conveying story through the game is entirely a unique experience to the medium and rewards players looking into game details as given the game actually has them. AAA game scene has little interactivity and utilizes interactivity that fights against the core game mechanics, such as QTEs. Indie
Oh yeah.
games and others will tend to leverage other game strengths for rewarding story, just like this one you're watching now with Soma, which the whole thing is just like, it's literally like AI in life. Like, what does it mean to be alive? So you're playing as a character that is a copy of the human character. So
Oh.
a dude goes to a psychiatrist to just get a brain scan. And that's the last instance you're playing as him. He goes on, he lives the rest of his life. He's ordinary. You wake up in this bottom of the sea lab place, and he still thinks he's him because he's just a brain scan copy. Right now,
Oh.
he still sees his hand as his hand. Like he still thinks he's human, but he's a robot. He's like an amalgamation of parts
Well, that
at
sounds
this
like a
point.
really cool game.
So
Yeah. it
now we're going
really
into
does.
it, and it's like, damn, I have to escape this place. I have to get out of here. And at certain points, he's going to have to repeat this process to where he's going to have to rescan his brain into other things to move on. So the first time you do this, it's played pretty straight. Like you copy the brain scan, then you move into the other body and you take control of the second body. You don't really think anything of it. But then when it's time for the end to actually get off the place and get on like the ship to leave, you do the brain scan and then you see the other body wake up and then leave without you, and you're like, wait, what the fuck? What's happening? Like, why didn't I move on? They're like, yeah, well, they treat it as like a coin flip, but it's basically like his conscience is just stuck behind and another conscience got to leave. And it's implied like that's what's been happening the whole time. Like, yeah, that other body that got left behind, like he's still there. It's still you. And like it explores like, yeah, that topic, and it's really subtle until the end. And like that's just another strength that these indie games do.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
pretty
Okay.
sad.
Yeah,
All
it's
those
like,
copies are like just stuck there, just
yep.
wasting away.
And then he's like, just starts getting pissed off. Like, wait, like, no, I wanted to be the one to leave. What happened? I flipped last time. And it's like, nope, you're the one that's left behind. At least a version of you's gonna leave.
Okay. So, but is there any way that we can change the end, or is the end fixed?
And this is one like, no, like this wants to tell its story its way, but it is not. You don't even register that like you're being, like that you're on a linear path. If that makes sense. Like this is done really well.
It wouldn't. You wouldn't have the same message if you were allowed to change the ending, unless you got like a new game plus or something.
Yeah.
But
I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm thinking of Stray, for example, that has no dialogue for the first what 20 minutes of gameplay, and the story and the plot line, you can only
It's like
when
little memory
you
logs.
play the you
can
play
find
the game, and you discover the story and the plot line bit by bit. It's not exposition. You discover by exploring, and there are memories that you can completely miss out on. For example, if you haven't explored enough of the ambience, and you end up discovering in the end that the little robot you have, blah blah blah. I don't want to spoil the end if anyone hasn't played it, but yeah, it's first of all, it's a beautiful game, like in terms of graphic design, in terms of art style, and but yeah, like a game with a cat, and it's a beautiful game, and it's beautifully written and it's interesting. The plot line is kind of interesting as well. And it's a simple
What? How
game
do you
and
separate those two sentences? It's beautifully written. Oh, and the plot line's kind of good as well. Like,
I
what?
mean,
What? Are,
sorry, my brain is starting to get a little bit foggy, but you got what I mean. It's like it's a simple game, but the storyline it's interesting, you know, and you get to figure it out on your own by exploring the spaces and by exploring the like finding the little memories and on different locations, you know. It's a fun game. Yeah, just an example out of my mind that it's not exposition, you know. You don't have a narrator, you have little tips, notes, little memories you encounter. So and you have to put them all together and figure out what's happening. But you're a cat, a kitty cat.
ooh, I think we're actually on the scene where he's being told he's not a person.
Oh,
Oh yeah. I'm
you're
not.
not the
I,
person.
I put it on my wish list.
Yeah,
I want to play that at some point.
It's a Soma.
yeah.
Yeah.
Soma, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
It
Yeah.
sounds really cool. Like the premise sounds really cool. Interesting. Like yeah, like so a perfect example of a plot line that's super interesting and maybe makes people flock to it and think, "Oh, this is an interesting game I could
Well,
play."
it's something that could definitely potentially happen, like with AI and
Oh yeah.
be able to make a copy of your brain. Absolutely, that's definitely going to be something that could be done in the future. Whether that
Hmm.
how that works with your consciousness, well,
Well,
it
I mean, the
makes
you is
sense
just the
that
brain, and the body is just facilitating everything
yeah.
around the brain. So, like, the
So
moment anything happens to the brain, you're just sort of done.
Yeah, exactly.
if they well if I mean if you make a copy of yourself, then there's two
Mm.
of you. So your existence will carry on, and the other one will think that they're you, and they won't know any otherwise. And if you keep making copies, they'll all have that same problem. So logically, that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah,
What?
so Beige is asking, what about sequels or games that are enhanced by watching other piece of media? For example, like yeah,
Oh, like when the story's
um,
separate from the. That's like a whole nother part. Like, yeah,
yeah.
when they start like using other things to do
Or
like.
do sequels, yeah, do sequels have less points because their stories are not independent, like DLCs, for example, but they're part
They
of the
can still
same
be well
story. They're
written.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. They just add to the story. It's
yeah.
just a compliment.
If it's adding something onto it that's extra, that's cool. But as long
Yeah.
as it's not like the story, as long as the core of the story still makes sense, you don't consume that additional medium,
Yeah, if it's
additional media.
complimentary, right?
Yeah, it should be an
Hmm.
extra, not like if you don't buy this DLC
Oh
or
yeah.
if you don't read this I don't know, this comic book, then you won't understand the story. I think that then that's going too far.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that there are examples of that. Um I think Alien is a series of games that go back and forth with the films. I'm not sure. I may be wrong, but I know that there are films that games that are like go back and forth. Oh, Star Wars games and comics and the like the spin-offs, they all intertwine into the same story. I mean, you can watch the original films and not feel like you're missing out on something if you're not reading the comics or playing the games, but there are parts of the story that you know but yeah, I think it's if it's complementary, it's good, it's a good thing. But if it's a whole new story, look, so I buy the game, I want the complete game, that's it. It's not like The Sims 4. where you buy the base game and you can't you can't even make a fucking pool. You have to buy a DLC to make a
Jesus
pool.
Christ.
When that was in the game, the first game, like
I didn't pay a penny. I just got the base game. I played that. I didn't buy anything. Fuck it. I'm not.
I had
I don't
yeah,
want.
exactly.
not paying. I'm not paying $30 to put a dog in the game. Like no,
30 bucks? No, no, no.
no.
If you go to Steam and you count all the DLCs and extra and and extra stuff and packages, the full game comes up to more than 700 euros. What the fuck kind of like EA? What
Oh,
is
there you
that?
go. That's your explanation. EA. You said it right
What
there.
is that? What the
EA.
fuck?
You solved the mystery.
I mean,
EA
I
been
know
ruining games
EA
since 1997.
EA Sports, it's in the game. Like, what the fuck?
Remember when that
all
was the motto?
those
Those are good times. Good
all those
times.
studios and IPs they purchased and then just did nothing with them. So
Fuck them.
great.
Like, the hell? 700 bucks for a fucking game? One game.
One
One.
game.
One game. One game just to get all the stuff
It doesn't even
and
have a story.
exactly, and it doesn't even have a story, but it's good because
Yeah.
like that's
Like
another example of a game that's super popular and it doesn't have a story because you can create your own story. It gives you the freedom and you know, to create your own story.
like when Brian wrote that book, you have to write those pages yourself.
Yeah,
Fill in the pages
exactly,
yourself.
and trap everyone inside a room and set it on fire and kill everyone.
Wish it, want it, make it, or is it something like that?
Yeah, but like
Genius.
yeah, it's too much, too much.
I'm in the
Like
wrong business.
exactly. Like, but yeah, I agree. DLC or things like that should be complementary. They should not be used to complete a game. Like Cyberpunk 27 2077 like that was a fucked up game. Like it was bad from the side. How many years it took to develop that game?
It took
Came out with
12 years to make.
so many glitches. The game wasn't even complete. Like, what the fuck was up with that? Like, the hell, the hell. Yeah.
Well, they tried to release it on too many platforms. They wanted to release it
Oh,
on PS4, PS5, PC,
Everything.
Xbox, everything. And
GOG
they
gave Soma on PC away for free. By the way.
Oh yeah, they did.
Oh,
They did.
nice,
I think that's how I own it.
yeah,
nice.
I didn't get the memo.
Just.
Oh yeah, The Sims busting out. Yeah, there are a few Sims games that have stories like they are separate from the main game. So you have the Sims busting out, you have the Sims Castaway, you have the Sims life stories, and you have the Sims pet stories. Some of them are for PlayStation, some of them are for PC, but they are Sims games with a story. So you have an objective, you have to do certain things to advance the plot. But after all of that is done, you can continue to play the game as a Sims game regularly. But yeah, there are a few Sims games that have plots and have stories, but there's simple stories like basic stories. And yeah, okay, now you have to watch TV for 2 hours. Now you have to call someone or go to work or do something. You know, like it's super simple, but yeah, like and there were still good games. Like don't get me wrong, I like playing them, and I'll replay them. What is wait what's the game you've played the most at?
The most? It's either
Yeah,
gonna
like
be
the
like
game that
Smash or Halo,
why?
and that's just the multiplayer.
Okay, but
The
Single player
multiplayer.
game then.
okay, but other than those two, like a story,
Oh,
in
Eternal
terms of
Darkness then.
okay, Eternal Darkness. But so what made you go to that, like what are the characteristics of the storytelling of that game that made you want to play it again or want to, you know?
Hold on. I'm just fucking up on my transitions. Uh, all right. Get to talk about Eternal Darkness? Oh boy.
I'm just asking for out of curiosity, like, because there has to be a reason
Oh yeah, there's a reason,
that
all
we go
right.
that we go back to certain games, you know, that there are certain games that appeal to us and we just fall back to them every once in a while.
It's just another
And
one of those
no
good games that really just takes advantage of that medium. Like, unlike a movie where you rewatch and you pick up on shit, it has that
mm,
aspect, but there's like more. So to elaborate, like, there's a lot of just this game was pretty much intended to be beaten 3 different times. That's what you have to
oh,
do to get the actual ending is beat it 3 times. So because of
okay.
that, it's littered with like a lot of foreshadowing. Come on, man, be smart. Don't kill
Oh,
oh man. So like yeah, there's like a lot of just if you pay attention, you will catch the foreshadowing because the expectation is that you're going to replay it again. So because it has that in mind, there's like a lot of elements used for that. So in this one, Alex's clock will read 3:33 when she wakes up, and that's just like an arc number used over like the term of the plot. It's like I think of like a little 666 spoof. I'm sure they went into that. I don't know if it's like a Lovecraft thing, but like 333 is like the
mm,
answer for like some of the
yeah.
puzzles. Weirdly enough, Liz actually solved the first puzzle because she remembered 3:33 was on Alex's alarm clock from the cutscene and then just like solved the first puzzle. It was fucking crazy
Nice.
to see that happen. But it's just like shit like that works because like that's how intertwined the game is.
Yeah, that's good storytelling in a game through like little details, you know, like
And then like
yeah.
the sanity systems also in so like yeah, you look at zombies, you go crazy, and it's not just things don't just happen where it's like, ooh, it's spooky. It's like there's sometimes you go insane and like a story relevant thing will happen to you. Like the fat dude will imagine himself being stuck in an asylum, and that's how his story ends. It's like that's like immediate foreshadowing.
Oh.
Some characters will get like little like effects that they're afraid of specifically to that character. The characters have different stats based on what's happening or to the character. So
So that has to do with like the player interact like the
those are just
capacity
little
to interact with
details.
the
That's
game,
just like
right?
that's characterization, honestly, like the stat stuff.
Okay.
It's like there's like health, sanity, and magic stats, and just based on who you're playing, it's gonna be different. So like big boy fireman fighting the Gulf War can like run forever. He has really high health, but he's like just garbage at magic. And then like crazy grandpa is just really shit at health, but he's really good at magic. Just like little things like that.
So to sum it up, what do you think that makes this game good in terms of storytelling versus gameplay, for example?
Oh, because all the
Like,
elements are tied together. Like the more you play, the more I still find shit I haven't seen on like previous runs through by just playing it through again. I
hmm,
will just get sanity
okay.
effects I've never seen before, or notice like a little detail that's like, oh, like that's foreshadowing this. Like it'll reward you for actually paying attention to the story.
Paying
And
attention.
if you
Okay,
actively
okay.
look for it, you find more. And like, hey, that's pretty good. That you're actually rewarding me for wanting to know more. Like the story isn't just like the cutscenes are the story, you're done. It's like, no, there's just like little character text, little character details that just keep adding flavor to it. And so that's why I enjoy replaying it because it's made to be replayed in that fashion and it's made to reward you to keep going like that.
Yeah, like so it depends on the player as well. So that's one of the points that we were trying to make. So it depends on the player paying enough attention and being invested in the story, because the story is not only interesting, but it requires a player to be invested in the game. Otherwise, you won't be able to solve it completely, or get the ending you want. So that is a way to, like, uh, call the player into the game and not just explain things. So here's this, here's that, here's this. No, you have to pay attention, and you have to memorize, and you have to, oh, I remember this thing, and I remember. Yeah,
You don't even have
that's a
to beat the game. It's just if you choose to do so, you're rewarded for it. Or you could just, play through the game and that's that. But if you want to
yeah,
look
exactly.
more and notice
You
some
are
things they're trying to
rewarded. Yeah,
do,
yeah,
then
yeah,
it's like, oh,
yeah.
like that's like a nice little touch. Nice little detail that you picked
Yeah,
up on.
exactly. Like, yeah, it's the same, like exactly the same example as Breath of the Wild. You can go, like, from the beginning and go fight Ganondorf, or you can go spend 220 hours like me playing the game and trying to find every little single temple and side quest, and going all the way through the map and doing everything I can. Yeah, so there are several ways to play the game. You can beat it, but if you pay attention, and the more you interact with a game, the more you are rewarded, and that's a good game. Yeah.
Let me see if I have
Okay.
that in some kind of written terms on my end. I think yeah. So Sandwich Man pretty much said Ocarina of Time is his goat, and he just likes the pacing of it.
Yeah, I'd say it's good pacing. It's interesting story, and it plays well the game.
I mean, yeah, that's like a solid pick. Yeah, it's just a good game.
I mean, my game is not solid for, like, besides Minecraft and besides Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring. I think the game that I played the most is actually Tomb Raider Underworld.
Damn,
I love that game. I don't know why, but
It's good.
movement feels
I
good.
love that game. I love that game. Like, it's like the gameplay is smooth. The art style is beautiful. Lara is amazing. Like, her move set is awesome. Like, it has tons of enemies, puzzles. I don't know. I just love that game. I really, really love that. It has to be one of my favorites and one of my most played games. Yeah. Besides my
Yeah,
obsessive. Um.
but that part when you get the motorbike that's such a cool
Ah.
level design.
Oh God, Mexico is amazing. Like, it's the level that keeps on giving. You play it, and then there's more underground, and you play it, and then there's more. I mean, I love that and Thailand have to be my two favorite levels, probably of Tomb Raider. I mean, except San Francis Folly. I love that level in the original. And Tomb Raider 2. I mean,
Mm.
Venice is gorgeous. Tomb Raider 2 is my favorite Tomb Raider game, but I always go back to Underworld. Underworld. I don't know why. It just feels good.
Comfort
It
game.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It just feels natural. I just pick it up, and yeah, yeah. It's my comfort game.
think I
I
got the
can't.
inputs, but
I can't wait to play the remasters in February. My God, I'm so
I'll just be ignoring everybody.
But the
I'm gonna spam you.
the game I always will go back to would be Resident Evil.
Like the remake or the original?
Either.
Wait.
Like, well, if we're talking remakes, then it'll be a
Oh, okay, okay,
RE2
okay.
remake. But other than
Okay.
that, or RE1 remake.
Okay.
But not RE3 or 4, probably not. But yeah, any of those games I just love the characters and I love I mean, any of the games that focus around item management
Just
because
Like
not
it's
Haiti.
time
like
management.
yeah,
Like
not
Haiti.
not time management, item management, where you can just you can plan. You know where everything you know where everything is because you've learned it and you've got that knowledge. You can plan your way through it. You go,
And you have a map.
Yes.
Unlike
yeah,
Haiti. And you
no,
get
but
lost for 20 fucking hours trying to Jesus Christ.
My
Oh
word.
my god.
with
I
R
wish
at least
those
with
streams were still
RE,
up.
but with RE, the environments are a lot easier to remember because
Mm,
they don't all look the same.
yeah. I get you. I get you.
A
Um
comfort game would be Sonic 3 though.
Hmm.
It's a game you can play any day of the week, and it
Oh
was
my god,
like
yeah. Sonic
relaxing.
3 is so cool. Oh, I remember one game from the 90s that had a very interesting story. At least kid me, little old Anna, thought it was interesting and I liked. I don't know if people know about this game, but it's called Soleil. It was released in
Hmm.
Europe with that name. I don't know if it has another name in America, but it's basically like it has so many levels. It's really cool. I haven't played it in forever. I have an immense difficulty like finding it because I would love to play it, and it was for the Mega Drive. You call it Genesis for some reason, but yeah,
It's the
Mega
Genesis.
Drive. It's Mega
The
Drive.
Genesis, baby.
It's Mega Drive. It's only Genesis in the America. All around the world is a Mega Drive. The Mega
Mm.
Drive.
Mega
And
Drive does what Nintendo don't.
yeah, so
Genesis, baby.
Soleil
Genesis.
Soleil
No, that's
is
the
a
band.
very very cool game. Do you know that the Mega Drive was not called Mega Drive in America because there was a company called Mega Drive. It had to do with the computers and all that stuff, so they had to change it to Genesis because of copyright. So that's why the Mega Drive is called Genesis in America.
Hey,
But
all for the better, because that shit is biblical.
it was launched as oh, Soleil! Yay! I love that game. I love the game. Oh my god.
Looks like it's
Yeah. Oh
Zelda.
yeah.
Yeah, it is Zelda. It's
Yeah.
just a link to the past.
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's
Li-
so cool.
Link to the Past is just too bloody hard.
Oh my god.
That game is ridiculously hard.
I love this game. Oh
Yep, this is
god.
our
We
we
could
need a Zelda
definitely.
game. Make
Yeah,
one. All right. I will.
this is
L-
literally
Just Zelda.
that Link to the Past. Yeah, it's the same game.
Yeah,
Oh
but
my
then
word.
you have a beach level, and then you have a like. It's so cool. It's so cool.
Yeah.
I loved it.
How did they? Is this made by first party Nintendo?
I
Because this is
think
these are the same assets. They've just been like given a different
repurpose. Yeah.
coat of paint. Yeah.
But it's basically yeah, it has a huge map. You have and then you climb the Tower of Babel, Tower of Babel, Babel. You say Babel,
Mhm. Something
the
like
Tower
that.
of Babel. The you know the mythical tower. You know you have to climb it and you have to defeat the monster up in the sky. Like it's yeah, it's I this game was like I
It looks
spent
like a ROM hack of
It really
Link to the
does.
Past.
It's just like what link to the past shit is this?
it's
I can't get
spent
over it.
I
It is the same game.
I spent so many hours on this. I didn't have Nintendo. I did not have NES or any of
Wow.
Wait,
it.
this
All
is
the
on the Mega Drive. Shit. Yeah, I
yeah,
forgot that part. So how did they port it to the Mega Drive? Because it's exactly the same as
but
Link.
it's a Mega Drive game.
It looks exactly like
Yeah,
Link to the Past though, in every detail.
at least Sandwich Man finished Haiti too. How about you, Anna?
Mm.
That could be your
No,
first
I'm
stream.
missing technical. I'm missing technical. I don't want to play technical. I'm
Technical is
only
fun.
But
missing
why
the
not?
last. I'm only missing the last loop through technical basically because I killed everything else. But I don't want to play technical. I don't like it. Soleil is like a Zelda clone. It's known as a Crusader. Yeah, Crusader of Senti. Exactly. Yeah. But I loved it. I still loved it. I mean, it was like my Zelda to the people that played Nintendo. Nintendo was
Damn.
actually not a big thing here in Europe. We were more like a Sony market, and America was more like a Nintendo market.
Oh
I
no.
wonder
I don't
why.
know what this is, but I don't want it.
Minecraft.
I don't want Minecraft. Get out of here.
Why?
Boo, Minecraft.
ALTTP is the best Zelda game, huh?
Link to the Past.
Oh, okay.
Nah.
I just
That'd be
I
cheating.
found it too difficult. I like the story, but it's just it's too hard. It's
You're
too
just
punishing.
you're a you're a different breed.
No, I would Ocarina of Time every day.
Yeah, exactly. My family had Super Nintendos, which was way out of the norm since everyone had Mega Drives. Because yeah, the market Nintendo was
Mm.
not big here in Europe.
We
It
had both.
wasn't really wasn't.
We had both.
At least here in Portugal. But yeah, to be fair, we are 20 years behind. So we live like in 20 2004.
So, are we ready for Senior Chicken, or is
Senor Chicken.
anything else you want to add?
When can we put stuff on the tier list?
What?
Yeah, I think I think we talked about pacing, the character construct. Did we talk
But what
about the
about the
character build?
what about the tier list?
Thought we were going to make a tier list of the top games.
That do you
And I thought with the categories.
did you want
Oh,
to?
but the categories are made, aren't
Yeah,
they? Like
I
the
just
horror.
I just was like doing things based on genre. And this
Oh,
was just
okay.
like to help me explain like why I rank things what they are.
Oh, I thought we were going to rank like the best story games, like from A to F.
What the fuck? That
Oh,
could be like a whole ass stream on itself.
I
Yeah,
thought that's what we were
exactly.
building up to.
What
That could
the
be a
fuck?
whole. Okay, no, not The Last of Us. Fuck
Yeah.
The Last of Us. Okay.
How many have you even played?
Video games?
Yeah, like of these story games. Like I think you sent me like your whole list. It's not that huge.
Yeah,
but
it's
if we
not
put
that big. Mine as well.
But if we put all of them together, got tier list.
All right. Sounds like it's Senior Chicken time then.
Senor Chicken.
Well, Ocarina of Time goes S tier, so that's sorted out. Resident Evil's C tier because the story's like not that well told, but the overall lore is.
I like the gameplay of yeah, but we're actually storytelling. Okay,
They're not
storytelling.
very good at telling story, but the overall lore is good. So you can play, but you will still care about the characters overall if you play the game enough.
So even if you consider the original Resident Evil, you don't think that the like the storytelling and on those are um
It's
up to
the writing's not that good because I mean the
mm,
pacing's good. They have cutscenes in the appropriate amount,
appropriate? Okay.
but the I don't know if you ask me what's going on. If you don't read the files, I think you will struggle to explain the story. If you think that you could do a test, try and explain the story to someone else. If you struggle, then it's either not been told well or you weren't paying attention or just dumb.
Yeah, but at that point, which one is it? Did you pay enough attention to understand the story, or is the story overcomplicated and like
I think
or not told?
I think the cutscenes don't explain the story well enough, and I think it's just not. The story isn't that well written, and yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I played Resident Evil 1. I know what Resident Evil is, mostly because of the films. They're trash, but I love them. I don't care. I love the films. They don't make any sense, but I like them. They're entertaining. I know the premise and the idea of Resident Evil, but yeah, to be fair, and I have to agree with you, I don't think. And after playing Resident Evil, uh, the first one for the first time, I did not exactly get why they were at that mansion. Like, yeah, I, and
Most of
then
yeah, because literally most of the stuff I know about Resident Evil is from watching that guy Avalanche reviews.
oh, okay.
Mostly, I learned from him because he explains it really well.
Nice.
It's like that. It's like that meme from Elden Ring. Like, oh, I love that Miyazaki doesn't tell us anything. La 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 la. La. Also, Elden Ring players searching wiki pages, wiki fan pages, and like the lore, like everything. Like, what the fuck does this mean? To be fair, I have to be honest. I must have watched like
God damn it.
100 hours of videos on YouTube about the lore. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. That's but because it but that only happened because I was super intrigued by the game itself. And there were things that I wanted to understand it a bit more because the game is good. I'm sorry, the game is good. And I jeez, I want to play the other Souls games.
There
Like
you go.
it makes me want to play the other games.
So
And
didn't do it. Yeah.
yeah, I like first of all, I love exploring like and despite the bosses, I hate bosses. Even in Tomb Raider, I hated bosses. But I love the exploring part. I love the freedom that you have to play the game as you wish. You know, the same with Breath of the Wild, the same with Tomb Raider, despite having some linearity to it, you still had some freedom, you know, to explore shit and like and be rewarded from it, like the secret, finding the secrets, and then finding the freaking like T-Rex at the freaking cave. Like, what the hell was that? Like a fucking T-Rex. Like, with the first time that I saw that playing the game, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, Jesus Christ, no, yeah. So that's the thing that like the game and even the story. You had some cutscenes, but even the story was like it didn't have like a huge plot, you know. So yeah, Lara is an aristocrat. She's super fit. She likes to climb shit. She found some interesting trinket, or she was hired by someone to find some interesting trinket, and then she finds out that Natla actually wants to destroy the world. So she yeah goes away and then explores some more, and I like does awesome things, and you have puzzles and you have exploration. That's what I like in a game. I like freedom. I like freedom.
I like
I
the sound of freedom. Let me
the
tell you.
freedom in the land of the free
But
and
if
the
you got nothing
home of
else,
the brave.
what do y'all think Senior Chicken will say based on everything we've input? Are game stories good? Yes or no?
I think it'll go yes with like a, but only like a 60% margin.
Okay, so you're saying yes, 60%. What about you, Anna?
I'll go through. Mm, yes, around 70.
So you're saying
65,
yes, 60.
65 to 70.
Nope, just exact number. What?
Okay, 65.
So you're saying yes, 60. You're saying yes, 65. I'm gonna say no, like 52.
Wait, but 52 is above average.
Then no
48?
40. Actually, wait,
48?
no. I think no. I think it qualifies passing as like a 70% or higher.
Wait,
Really?
what?
Yeah. It's like the qualifier
Oh,
is like, yeah, it's like a grading scale. So like it needs 70% or
okay.
higher, I believe. So yeah, I
Oh,
would say like no 52.
oh
You're both
shit.
gonna have to like
Well,
flip.
I'm gonna do 70 on the dime then because
Yeah.
I think it will lean into yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes?
70.
Okay, so
Yes,
you're both saying
70.
70. I'm saying no 52. All right.
Senior
Give
Senior
us
Chicken says cluck.
verdict, please.
Da, 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 da.
Uh Hold
It's
on.
stinky.
Senior Chicken is needing some
Frozen?
discipline.
Okay.
Hmm.
He needs some ass whooping.
Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club, I think, is
What?
my only complaint about that game is that the story tricks you into thinking that you can change like
The
the
end.
outcome when
Mm.
I mean you kind of when it's a lot more linear than it leads you to believe. But the story is so gripping, it's just like you
Yeah, but
can be
Okay. So we got our
Okay.
value from Senior Chicken. So
Okay.
our game's good by a margin of
Oh my god. What? No way. What? No way. we, we
this
lost.
reflects the
where
complexities and varied aspects, including narrative quality and gaming.
I want to see the work. Where's his working
Yeah.
out?
Where's the story,
So
the
it
juice?
assigned narrative quality 50%. The medium's unique storytelling potential is balanced with potential pitfalls. Gameplay to story ratio 45%. Balancing act and
Okay.
potential skewing for profitability. Player interactivity 60%. Recognizing the unique experience of conveying story through gameplay. Game assets and story 55%. Utilization of diverse assets for storytelling.
So basically, like, I mean, it makes sense because it's a game. It's a video game. The gameplay has to have a like a big portion of what a game is, not just the storytelling, but the gameplay as well. Yeah. No. Nope.
Duh.
What do
So
you
the
mean, nope?
conglomeration, yeah, I think there's definitely games that shine, but like if we had to weigh the good and the bad, I'd agree with it.
I thought it would be higher.
I thought it would be a little bit higher. Not maybe not 70, but yeah, I think
That's crazy. Your boy's in the money. Your boy's about to get paid.
I mean, like I said, if you want a good story, go watch a film. Basically, it's what we said in the beginning. Like games should
Ooh-wee.
not focus entirely on on narrative because ultimately it's a video game. So the most important, if not one of the most important things, is gameplay. And without gameplay, you can have the best narrative in the world. No one will want to play that game again, ever.
No, you can
Because
intertwine these two things quite competently. It's
yeah,
just,
but you can intertwine them, but
and
what
it can
the
result for
senior
even better
chicken
experience.
yeah, but what Senior Chicken is telling us, it's that mostly like the narratives are mediocre at best.
Mediocre.
They serve the game at best, but
Well, goddamn.
fundamentally, what's more important is not narrative, is gameplay.
Well,
And I believe, and I agree, because like I told you, Crash Bandicoot, I don't give a fuck about the narrative. It's a fun game to play. Sonic, I don't give a fuck about the narrative. It's a fun game to play. Like, there are tons of games that we play that don't have a narrative. The best selling game of all time doesn't have a narrative. Out of the 5 top games, 3 don't have a narrative. I
okay.
mean,
That's just,
yeah,
again, you're just talking about profitability and narrative. It's a different conversation.
yeah, but
Doesn't
there's
mean
a
if it's
reason
good
for it.
or not. Like, there are,
There's
I would say the most
maybe,
profitable film is probably not the best story. It's just the most
yeah,
profitable.
but maybe there's a reason for it.
Yeah, because it's people just want to
It
play
is
the
not a
game,
coincidence.
and it's a good game.
Yeah,
That's really it.
exactly,
No bearing on
exactly.
the story
People,
whatsoever.
yeah, but people want to play,
Yes,
play,
I agree. This
play.
has no
Yeah,
bearing on the story.
yeah, I
What is
know, but
what is happening here? Like this.
no, I'm saying that, okay, ga- narratives don't need to be that good, because the main focus should be on the gameplay. That's my take on. That's
And
why
I
I
would rebuttal and
assume,
say if you're trying to, it can be done well. Like, and just because you're in the game is no excuse not to try.
yeah, it can,
It's been
but it
proven to
often
have worked
fails.
well, and just because it fails is not an excuse not to try. Just learn from the bad and then take the good.
I understand what you're saying, but there's a reason why people like, for example, Minecraft. And it's not
They
and
like
it's not
Legos,
because
yes.
I didn't play with Legos, and I love Minecraft because you know why? Because I can build, I can create, I can let loose in I didn't
I
I
love
think that
Lego.
it no, but I think it appeals to one of the primordial instincts of human being, that
Yes, they
is
had a
creation.
profitable idea.
No, creation. We need to create. Human beings need to create. We are built to create. That's why we have the arts, the performative arts, music, paintings. Like, for like, you have the fucking the rupestres. How do you say rupestres in English? Uh, like those freaking paintings from millions of years ago. Like, ever since the dawn of time. Like, I've lost myself in my own.
Well, you heard
Yeah,
it here first, folks. Games
yeah, it is.
absolute trash. Y'all know what it is. Get the fuck out.
Are we having fun yet?